Good morning. Good morning. We're going to get this 54th Annual General Assembly going in about 3 minutes. So just make sure you grab your coffees. Make sure you get a chance to go to the washroom because this first part of this program, as you know, is very exciting, but it can drag on a little bit. So we're going to get going in about 5 minutes. Good morning. Good morning. I see the RCMP just came in, so we can start now. I'm going to ask everybody to take their seats, please. And I think the Premier and President Chartrand are in the back. They're coming forward. We're just about to get going here. We got a standoff on the front here with the Premier and Wab Kinew, so we're very happy to have here. Sorry. No, Donald Lamont, you did pretty good in that by-election. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. And as we heard yesterday, it's so nice to be together again after such a long period. And I know that means that there's a lot of lollygagging going on at all the tables. But we've got some people here that came to make some presentations today, and we want to make sure that everybody can hear them. So we want people to really keep the noise levels down this morning, especially this morning. And as is our custom, we're going to open this session with a prayer. And so I'm going to ask Elder Vernon DeMonte to come up and open us with the opening prayer. Just have you stand if you don't mind.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me again to say the prayer this morning. As you can see, the Creator gave us a beautiful day, a little windy, a little chilly, but it's good to dry out all those puddles we had out there. With that, I'd like to start my prayer. I'd like to thank the Creator for being with us yesterday and for being with us today. I usually have a paper, but I probably won't follow it, but just to jot ideas down. Lord, our Creator, Great Spirit, I would like to say thank you for the beautiful day you have given us. As we start our second day of our assembly, we ask again for your guidance. We ask for direction again as we work together to move forward in our Métis Nation. Our hearts are full. As you can see, there's many people here, Lord. We come together in union to see old friends, to make new friends. We thank you for that. I pray, Curator, again, to give us good health and to continue to be with us today and always in our journey here on earth. I thank you for giving us direction and giving our voices strong as we work together and always work together. I ask a blessing as always for the elderly, for our leaders, and for everyone that's here, and for everyone that's online watching the AGA. I also ask a blessing for the elders that are not here, the ones who are sick, the ones who are fighting this disease that we have on Mother Earth. I ask you, Creator, to help us with all that. As we leave here today, we're going on to a celebration to celebrate our culture, our heritage, and who we are as people. But most of all, I ask you, Creator, to help us as we move forward. Oma nan assembly utanush. Ni mechten would you utayain of yanan direction yak, chimachi yakanavan. Metnin no cure and nan with nemashkunelk. And akshkato yak kakio kianan not nation chimachi tanavan. Diamahan would you kakionian and busati minan. Pequaistia tushkeak, Assam, the Nationan, Quaischustayak. Tuchtangwach gamon leave you believe ye, the blessed machimiachik, Chkikiachik, in Kakayak Chigmina, Pinkate the year Kayachik megwatch. La Pemiak, Marcy the Twan Oju, Marcimina the Twan and Belgian Kimiak, Marcy the Twan Mina. And bon chef gimi yak pe and kikani kanichik. Thank you, Lord, for everything that you give us daily, and help us as we journey here on earth till we meet you, Creator. Amen.
Thank you, Verna. Well, as I said, this is the 54th General Assembly. But as you know, this is the heart of the Métis Nation, and we've been in the Red River for over 250 years. And you might notice one thing that's a little bit different on the stage today. We've added a flag, the flag of Ukraine. The Métis Nation stands with Ukraine. Now, it's my distinct honor to introduce a guy I've known for 35 years. He was there when I started, when I first worked for the Métis National Council back in the early 80s. He's from Isle La Crosse. He was the leader of our national movement for over 20 years at the national level. He's now our ambassador at large. And I'd like to introduce Clément Chartier.
Bon matin. Merci. Le vieil de Montigny pour la prière Camille. Good morning, fellow Métis, friends of the Métis. When I walked in this morning, the place was full. And I was just thinking to myself and express to others, you know, it's been so long since we had an opportunity to get together that people must just have been chomping at the bit, you know, to be here once again. And after close to 2.5 years of not getting together like this, I believe this is a significant opportunity and also a great time to celebrate the great progress your Métis government has done here in this province, which you'll hear, I'm sure, during the State of the Nation address by your president. It's, to me, after having served for almost 2 decades as the leader of the Métis Nation, to be of service to you and the rest of our citizens across the homeland, it gives me a last opportunity to thank you for all the great advice and the great support that you have given me over the years, and in particular to thank the Manitoba Métis Federation and its president, David Chartrand, and its cabinet, and of course you, the people that make this government a reality. I want to thank you again for all of those years. And as I'm now moving on to ambassador, it's kind of like more of a diplomatic role, kind of the elder statesman, not old statesman, but elder statesman, just means you have some experience. It just gives me this opportunity to say thank you, and again, to maybe finish off probably my last address to you in terms of finishing my term, in terms of a bit of politics, which I'll be out of, and am out of, but can't go without saying a few last words. And in particular, I just want to say that, and I've said this before, and I mean it sincerely, your government, your people have been the bedrock of the Métis Nation. But for you, we wouldn't be where we are today in terms of moving forward as a people. We have others within our nation that are willing to sell us out for personal gain, for numbers at the boardroom table or at the General Assembly table. We have great threats facing us in terms of people coming forward and saying, oh, we're Métis, taking that misunderstanding that Métis are nothing more than people of mixed ancestry, that if you can find a great, great First Nations or Indian ancestor, that makes you Métis. Well, that doesn't make you Métis. That's not who we are. We're a distinct people with a language, beautiful language, which you just heard Bernard de Montigny pray in. We have great culture. You'll hear music tonight, I'm sure. You know, we have our fiddle, we have our dances, we have our food, we have our clothing. We're a distinct people born on the soils of what is now Western Canada. And there's great threats facing us, hundreds of thousands of people coming forward saying we're Métis. In the same way that First Nations are facing threats now with, and probably good-meaning governments, opening up the Indian Act, bringing people in. I was shocked to find out about a month ago, about half of my nieces and nephews are taking Indian status because they have a great-great-grandmother from a nearby band, Cree band, that married into the Métis community at Île-à-la-Crosse. But because of the Indian Act, it keeps going, and I'm telling my nieces and nephews, you really have no right, no moral right to take out status and belong to a people that you have nothing to do with. You know, you're Métis, you're raised in a Métis village. You shouldn't be imposing yourself on others. And it's the same way that people who come forward saying they're Métis have no right to influence the Métis nation. That's ours. That belongs to us. And so you may have seen in the press negative comments about the Manitoba Métis Federation leaving the Métis National Council. Well, the Métis National Council is not the Métis Nation. It's an organization that was set up to form the government of the Métis Nation, which your president and I tried to move towards, but you have these other presidents that basically remain nothing more than a membership club. They're not a government. They're membership-based organizations. And if you're not a member, you don't get to participate. And in Saskatchewan, unfortunately, over the last 2.5 years, and particularly during COVID, unless you had a membership card, and there was only about 15,000 of them, you can't get any COVID relief. You can't get any housing benefits. You can't get any benefits at all unless you have a card. Well, they get 25% of federal budgets. They shouldn't get that much if they're only serving 10% of their people. So those kinds of things need to be looked at. But in this government, you treat everybody fairly, and that's really what gives me comfort. I, again, want to thank you. I can't say it enough that it was a strong stand to take, to leave a national organization, but it's the right one because we're moving forward now as a government, the national government of the Red River Métis. And I'm pleased and I'm proud to be appointed by your president and your cabinet to serve as the ambassador to help with this work. It's something I've lived all my life, I've worked at it all my life, and I want to continue contributing as long as I can. So, you know, governments in this reconciliation period, I think are trying to do the right thing. But there are some governments, or at least one government, particularly the Ontario government, that has taken it too far, recognizing new Métis historic communities. Then you have courts that also are starting to look at, you know, the rights of our people, particularly outside of our nation in Ontario, creating what I say are new Métis communities. You know, that's not right. So we have a situation here, and I'll end with that we have some governments aided by their courts who are trying to do by the pen what they couldn't do by the barrel of the gun 150 years ago. That we must stop, and that is what you're standing up for. That is what you are stopping. So I'm very, very proud again to be able to stand here and thank you. Now, just quickly moving on, the role as ambassador, my role is with respect to international and internation relationships or affairs. And we have started, along with your president and cabinet, dialogue with Indigenous peoples in other parts of the Americas. We also have started internation discussions with the Mi'kmaq of the East Coast. We are starting with the Shuswap in the interior of BC, and we're looking at other nations on the West Coast to start talking about mutual recognition of our peoples as people with our homelands and giving that mutual understanding and respect. They'll respect our rights, we'll respect their rights, but we'll also say, we have no claim to your territory, even though people step up and say we do. That's not right, and we need to continue fighting that, and particularly, we are dealing with the Algonquin Nation, and hopefully in the near future, we will have an arrangement with them where we, again, have this mutual respect for each other, our territories, and the integrity of our peoples. That's the work that we're doing, and we've also, your president, my president, our president, met with the Saint-Jean-Baptiste Society in Montreal to start going back to that relationship we had in the 1800s. We thank them for the thousands of Quebecois that came out in 1885 to protest against John A. Macdonald's adamant position of executing Riel. And we're saying we want to rekindle that relationship. We want to ensure that we always have between themselves and ourselves, you know, that common bond that will bring us forward in our respective struggles to retain our own identities. And what struck me when we met with their president, after President Chartrand explained what you have accomplished in this province, and your government has accomplished a lot, and I know because I started coming to meetings with you in 1979. I know it sounds like a long time ago, but I've seen the tremendous growth, particularly in the hard times when President Chartrand took over, where you went from a deficit, you know, 1 or 2 staff to what you have today. It's simply phenomenal. And President Chartrand was explaining to the leader of the Saint-Jean-Baptiste Society what you do, what you are doing to enrich and preserve the culture of the Michif peoples in this province. And she later said, gosh, you know, we're going to learn from that. We're going to do the same things here in Quebec. So we have things to learn from each other. We have things to offer each other. And I really look forward to us moving forward on the national government of the Red River Métis. And we are striking up a committee which will travel throughout Western Canada this spring and summer to see what do our citizens in the rest of the homeland, particularly in Alberta and Saskatchewan, and of course BC, but what do they want to see? How do they want to see their engagement with us, with you, so that we become, once again, a nation governed by one government with no provincial boundaries. And you're doing that. You're the lead on this, and it's simply fantastic. And I know the people I speak to in Saskatchewan are very happy that this is happening, and we will see this growth, and we will see a parliament or a national assembly here in the Red River that is going to house our delegates from across our homeland, and we're going to collectively move forward, and we're going to ensure that we regain the rights that belong to us. I have great faith in you, and again, I want to thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Chartrand, or Chartier. There's similarities there, because you can't take the politician out of these guys. They got to speak and speak and speak. But thank you for those words, Clem. Now I'm going to get backhanded later, I know it. Well, we have a new person here today, and one that bears a title that we haven't seen at our assembly for some time, and that's the Premier of Manitoba. And we're very proud to have her here. But in previous years, the Premier has sent a very able person to come and speak to us, and she's never afraid to come to our assemblies, and that's Eileen Clark, and we're glad to see her here again today. So, who is this Premier? She's a Winnipegger. The Honorable Heather Dorothy Stevenson. She represents the riding of Tuxedo. She's been in office for about 6 terms. She's very able, she's very skilled. She used to work for one of our very good friends, the Honorable Prime Minister Mulroney. Remember we did the Charlottetown Accord with him? And so she's been in politics a long time, and it's my honor to ask her to come up and say a few words. Premier.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I'm just delighted to be here with many of my colleagues from the Manitoba Legislature, and we're joining here. From what I understand, is over 2,000 delegates that are registered here today. That's absolutely fantastic. Way to go. And as I understand, there are people streaming in as well from places all across the country. So this is an absolutely fantastic day and a great day in Manitoba. Every day is a great day in Manitoba. I just want to thank Elder DeMonte for that beautiful opening prayer. That was very, very beautiful. Thank you so much. President Chartrand, thank you so much for inviting me to be here today. Honored to be here. And I will acknowledge there have been some challenges between our government and your government in the past. And I hope I can say, I know we know each other well, but I hope I can say that, no, I'm not going to hope I'm going to say it. I'm going to say that those days are over. As Premier of Manitoba, I deeply value my relationship with President Chartrand and the entire Manitoba Métis Federation. And I know it is this relationship that will lead to a positive, bright future for Manitoba Métis and for all Manitobans. The importance of that new relationship also extends to all of our governments and to all of our Crown corporations, where we intend to develop a strong working relationship with the MMF now and into the future. The Red River Métis founded this province, and the MMF continues to support thousands of Métis citizens and families to create a better life for their children and grandchildren. You have served the Red River Métis community with strength and tenacity for over 50 years. You are the rightful governing body of the Red River Métis, and our government will continue to engage with you on a nation-to-nation basis. This assembly here today is an important component of your governance structure, providing the opportunity to look back over the previous year and celebrate the many accomplishments and successes that took place. One of the greatest successes was the signing of the Manitoba Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Agreement with the Government of Canada. This historic agreement recognizes the Manitoba Métis Federation as the existing government of the Red River Métis. And our government also recognizes you, and we are excited to get to work with you in building our future together. I have been committed to a productive working relationship with the MMF for a long time. As Minister of Families, I worked very well with your Minister of Housing, Will Goodon, on an innovative housing project for Métis elders. This initiative and projects like it are the future of our province, and there are so many more opportunities to work together in partnership. The child welfare system is in need of systemic change. We know this. We have begun the important work of further devolving responsibility to Indigenous governing bodies, including the Manitoba Métis Federation. It is long past time for this change, and my government is committed to seeing it through, ensuring the safety and appropriate services for children of all ethnicities and cultures. Building on our warm relationship, I was so pleased to be invited to the Métis Cultural Centre at Portage in Maine in December by President Chartrand. I was joined by our Deputy Premier as well, and it was a wonderful evening. I had a wonderful tour of the facility, and I was honored to help President Chartrand light it up for the Christmas season. What a beautiful display in our downtown. It was a great, great day. I think you have seen our government's commitment to downtown Winnipeg, and it's critical that our downtown rebound in a big way post-pandemic, and we are ready to invest in order to enable that growth. We know that the MMF's new enhanced downtown presence will play a key role in this, and I want to assure you all today that there is exciting news to come on this front, so stay tuned for that. Your heritage is Manitoba's heritage, and it is important that this is recognized in our capital's downtown. Economic recovery and growth is the mission moving forward. That is why I've created the new Economic Development Board to speed up the pace at which we move when exciting new developments arise. This board will be supported by a fully staffed secretariat under the leadership of a proud member of the Métis Federation, Mr. Michael Swiston, who is here with us today. I could not be more excited to have him as a member of our team. Thanks, Michael. All in all, what I am committed to is a better, more collaborative relationship and partnership. What is good for Métis people is good for Manitoba. Our collective success hinges on the success of the Métis. In our government, you have a willing partner, ready to roll up our sleeves and do the necessary work to build a brighter future for all of us. I wish you all the very best in this assembly today. Thank you so much. I'm deeply honored to be here with each and every one of you today. Have a wonderful assembly, and we look forward to working together in the future. Thank you so much.
On behalf of the MMF cabinet, we have a little gift for you, and I want to show you what it looks like.
Oh, wow.
It's a fiddle.
That's amazing.
And a sash.
Wow.
Thank you for coming.
so much. Thank you.
I don't really need notes for this next guy because, as I said it 2 assemblies ago, kind of got a bromance with this guy. He's good. Look how shy he is now. The leader of the New Democratic Party, Wab Kinew. You know, this has been a new era of firsts. We've had the first premier of Manitoba, a woman premier, which we're very proud of. And we have in Wab Kinew the potential of a First Nation premier. He's talented. He's from the riding of Fort Rouge. And I don't need to say any more about him because he's been here for the last few years. Get up here, Wab. Let's see if he's going to hug it out. Good to see you, Wab.
He's making me shy. And with all due respect, and I really do mean that, I don't worry about being the first of anything. I worry about being the best, because that's what you, the people of Manitoba, deserve. Bonjour de Noé Magarito, Kwabanakwit Nigo, Bonjour Dotem, a Pichiwasa over there in Donjiba. Ozamwasa, no. Kibunju and them. Apache Jikandam Pijayan, Amanogum. Nigi don't know President Chartrand. Kai Ketotoe Bejik. Kegowani cake, Wangy egg. Kegowani ken, Wangy and Menoaka Ekitot. And I always carry that with me. Never forget where you come from. And that's what you represent here today. You represent the Métis Nation of Manitoba, but you also represent the founding of this great province. Et puis je dis bonjour à tous et à tous. Je suis très heureux d'être ici parmi vous aujourd'hui. Et puis je voudrais prendre du temps juste pour souhaiter un bienvenue à mon beau-père et puis ma belle-mère. Il était juste ici un moment donné, Albert Ducharme et puis Debbie Beach Ducharme. Alors, bienvenue et puis bonjour. I know times are very challenging these days. You know, there's so much going on. The pandemic, what's going on overseas in Ukraine, and even the cost of living keeps going up and up and up. Matter of fact, my wife and I were just talking last weekend about going out. And Lisa turned to me and she said, we should go somewhere expensive tonight. So we went to the gas station. And you know what I'm talking about, right? Everyone's dealing with it. Everyone's dealing with this right now, whether it's at the pump, it's at the grocery station, but there are things that we can do at the provincial level. And one of the key things that we want to do at the province, in addition to fixing healthcare and having a strong education system, is we want to make your Manitoba hydro bill more affordable. And I know that everyone saw their hydro bills this winter. Government can't do everything, but a government can do some things. And that's what we want to help to bring about here in this great province. And I do welcome Premier Stephenson here, as well as our other colleagues, both from the Liberals and from the provincial cabinet. And my colleague Ian Bushy is here as well. And what Ian has been doing recently, and I want to say this in front of the members of cabinet here, is raising the Manitoba Hydro MMF deal that was torn up a few years ago. And I just want to put it out there in front of my colleagues. It's time to re-sign that deal. It's time to re-enter into an agreement between Manitoba Hydro and the province of Manitoba. And I say this because I want to take the politics out of it. Everyone knows I'm being political right now, but I want to take the politics out of it, because what I don't want to see is a situation where when the NDP gets in, there's a deal between Hydro and the MMF, and then when there's the change in government, the deal goes away. No, we all know it's the right thing to do. We all know that Hydro had impacts over the Métis Nation, the Red River Métis, since the 1960s and even longer. So let's have an agreement that builds a brighter future for tomorrow. And if the deal is not re-signed, then should we have the honor of forming government in the future, we will bring that deal back. That is a commitment. So I know that we've all been through a very difficult period, and I wanted to explain why I was talking about my in-laws. So my wife's family is from Vogar, Manitoba, and my in-laws here are from St. Laurent. And as I was saying in French, my father-in-law, Albert, and my mother-in-law, Debbie, are here today, as well as the folks that Lisa calls ma mère and ma père here, or papa rather, Camille and George Ducharme. And I want to speak to you directly to the family here in the front, because they are here to see their relative be honored in memoriam. They are here to honor the late Lionel Allard. And I also want to acknowledge the Gaudry family, who I had a chance to say good morning to earlier today, who are here to see Robert Gaudry to be acknowledged today. And so I indulge you to just let me speak on a personal level here for a second, because our hearts go out to you. We know that you are in mourning, and we know that you miss somebody who made a great contribution not just to your families, but to the MMF and to the province of Manitoba. And I think it's so important for us to come together at this great gathering to pay tribute to you, because we've all lost people these past few years. We've all been through hard times. And maybe by lifting these two families up today, we're going to get a little bit of that nourishment that we need after 2 tough years ourselves too. So let's come together and show these families the support. Let's wrap our arms around them. Let's shake their hands with a warm and hearty handshake and say that we stand with you and we support you and we remember your loved ones. And so with that, I want to thank President Chartrand, and I want to thank the Cabinet of the Manitoba Métis Federation for bringing us together again. It has been a long time since we've been able to be in a room like this, and I can't tell you how happy I was to shake hands. Yes, I was shaking hands. Handshakes are back. To take some photos, to catch up on some friendships, to have some good conversations. Because we went through a period these past 2 years where all of us made sacrifices for our community. And we made those sacrifices for our communities because we had a dream that we'd be able to come together again in settings like this one with as many of our friends and relatives as possible. And so now that time is here. So let's rejoice. Let's enjoy each other's company. Let's get some good visits in. And let's let that happiness retake root in our communities. Merci beaucoup d'avoir m'écouté, and thank you very much. I wish you the best in your assembly.
Well, I'm going to introduce the leader of the Liberal Party of Manitoba. As you know, John Gerard was here every year for a decade at least, that I remember. Dugald Lamont is the new elected to the Liberal Party, and not to be taken lightly. As we saw the election results in Fort White, Willard Reeves put on a very good show, and so the Liberal Party still means something in Manitoba, and so I invite Dugald to make a few remarks. I haven't met him yet, so.
Thank you. I want to thank Premier Stephenson and Wab Kinew, the leader of the opposition, for warming up the crowd for me today. Good morning, everyone. It's an incredible honor to address you here today on Treaty 1 territory and the homeland of the Red River Métis. I want to thank Verna for her beautiful opening prayer and pay my respects to our veterans. My grandfathers and great uncles served in the First and Second World War, and service and sacrifice were always incredibly important to my family. I also want to thank President Chartrand and the MMF for your contribution, your generous contribution to assistance to our brothers and sisters in Ukraine. Thank you so much for that. And thank you always for standing up and for your leadership in the pandemic. You know, as leader of the Manitoba Liberal Party and MLA for St. Boniface, let me tell you, it's an incredible honor to represent the constituency where Louis Riel lived. He gave historic speeches right on the steps of the St. Boniface Cathedral that inspired people to take a stand for democracy at Red River and to ensure that if and when Manitoba became part of Canada, the people of Red River would have a say in how that happened. And I was really lucky when I was a kid. I went to French immersion school. My teachers were all French Franco-Manitobans who adored Louis Riel. They looked up to him as a hero, and that's something they imbued in me. And quite frankly, the more I have learned about Louis Riel over the years, the more I've been impressed. I also want to say there is a long and proud history of both in my family and of the Manitoba Liberal Party supporting and being friends to the Métis. My dad grew up not far from here. He grew up right on the banks of the Assiniboine in Headingley, And if you go by, there's a place called Taylor Farm. Well, the Taylors were a Métis family, and my dad grew up playing with them. My grandfather was a Manitoba Liberal MLA for a while back in the 1930s. There was actually a Manitoba Liberal government. It did happen. But it's interesting though, I'll say this, because in October, it was one of the last times we were all together. It was sort of it was the 150th anniversary. The Canadian Mint was creating a special coin with Louis Riel on it. And it was on Louis Riel's birthday, and I was there as a guest of you all, and as President Chartrand. I was sitting at a table with Jean Théier. And Jean has written the book, The Northwest is Our Mother. And there we were, I'm sitting there with Jean, and there's these medals with Louis Riel's face being struck on them. And a couple of days later, somebody at the Legislative Library pulled up clippings about my grandfather. And I found out that in 1937, my grandfather was at a party, a 50th wedding anniversary party, with Jean Théier's grandfather, and a whole bunch of other people who were the descendants of Louis Riel's provisional government, presenting a medal with Louis Riel on it to André Beauchemin, because André Beauchemin's father was the person who warned Riel that there were some people coming from Portage-la-Prairie to overthrow his government. So I was amazed when you find out things about your grandparents and how they were acting 100 years ago. You can be a little bit worried about the political positions they may have taken, but I was absolutely delighted because my grandfather was right in there, because the Métis were a huge part of politics, and they have been for a very long time. And I just wanted to, of the people who were also there, the grandchildren of the people who were at that meeting include Justin Johnson, who's the head of the Association of Manitoba Municipalities, Justin Bohémier, who's the mayor of Taché, because I think actually André Beauchemin had lots of grandchildren and children and grandchildren. But it's one of these things it's an incredible joy to be able to carry on a proud family history and a proud political history of support. And I just want to pay tribute to three, I would say almost unsung Métis figures who made incredible contributions to Manitoba. And one is Edith Rogers. You may not have heard of her, or you might have recognized her photo sometimes, because she was the first ever woman elected MLA in Manitoba in 1920. She was elected as a star candidate, as a Manitoba Liberal candidate, and she was Métis. She was chosen to run for the incredible work she'd done in the First World War. She was Métis, born in Norway House. She brought in the legislation to create the Winnipeg Foundation. So imagine that impact that it has had on generations of Winnipeggers. She worked on child welfare. She brought in some of the first child welfare legislation ever in Manitoba. And Edith Rogers had a daughter, Margaret Conants. She traveled around the world working for UNICEF, and she was the first female member of Parliament ever elected in Manitoba. And she was Métis. As a federal Liberal, she served on the committee to choose Canada's flag. And then she went to work to the UN, including addressing challenges on First Nations across Canada. And the last is a guy named Jean Allard. And very sadly, he died in 2020 at the age of 90. He was a Liberal, he was an NDP, and my family grew up knowing him. He grew up in St. Francis Xavier, not far from here. But in 1966, Jean Allard is the guy who pushed for a statue of Louis Riel on the legislative grounds. And he succeeded ultimately. He was one of those people you call a character, right? He was absolutely phenomenal. He was a lawyer, he was a successful businessman, and until his last day, he was fighting for a better Manitoba and a better life for Métis and for First Nations and for all Manitobans. He loved the old statue of Louis Riel, and when it was removed, he chained himself to it for several days. And while he was doing that, he said, you know what, he realized the extent to which he was thinking about poverty, he was thinking about money, and he said, you know, what is the solution to poverty on First Nations, for example? And he said, you know what, we need to modernize treaties, because we have treaty payments. What we need to do is to say, you know, those treaty payments might have been worth something in 1873 or 1880, but today we could be having a guaranteed annual income if we actually modernize those payments. And he was still talking about that the day before he died. And they're all extraordinary accomplishments by just three Métis politicians. And if there's a common thread to all of this, and to the work of the MMF, and to the work of President Chartrand, it's that they all operated, and you all operated, from a principle shared by Louis Riel. And that is shared by the Métis Nation. You acted and contributed and built our province out of a sense of conviction. Riel had a conviction about the kind of place Manitoba could and should be. And we're still fighting to realize his dream today. Edith Rogers had a vision, Margaret Conants had a vision, and Jean Allard, and so do all of you. And because of their conviction, because of your conviction, you made Manitoba better, and I'm so grateful for that. And I just want to make this clear. I do not want to pretend I am something I am not. I'm not Métis. If I were, I would proudly declare it. But I was truly surprised to do a search through my family tree, and on a whim, never thinking there would be a connection, I put Louis Riel into Genie, which is an online family tree site, never expecting to find any connection at all. But it turns out I have a direct blood ancestor, though it is 800 years ago. So if you have all the if you take the number of great-grandfathers of greats, I think it's 19 greats. So 19 great-grandfathers. And look, I know you can't ever take credit for who you're related to, but it is nice to know that I'm related to about half of St. Boniface. But the truly alarming thing is that it means that I think I might be related to Alan Lagimodiere. And I can't always figure out, these first cousins, but I think he might be my 85th cousin, 95 times removed. So, and you know what, and it has been great working with Alan, so, and thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, it's been a real pleasure, and it always will be. Thanks so much. Have a great EGA.
Oh, look at this. Thank you. Thank you.
Nice. I was trying to play with these.
Yeah, I remember Jean Allard. He was about 6'4", and was a real character. At the time he kept those Métis leaders on their toes. Clemence Chartier shaking his head. We remember Jean Allard. Now, every year we have the privilege of having the RCMP attend our assemblies. In the past, as you know, they have donated the archive, some archive materials that we're going to put in our museum. And I got a feeling the Premier's going to help us get that done, which I'm really, really, really proud of and pleased to hear that there's something coming on that. And as you know, we're in D division in the RCMP in the West. And we have with us today the Superintendent Scott McMurchie, who's worked in both Saskatchewan and Manitoba, and I invite him to come say a few words to us. Scott? And I didn't do it.
Good morning, everyone. President Chartrand, ministers, citizens of the Red River Métis. Thank you for having me here today for your annual General Assembly on Treaty 1 territory and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. It's my pleasure to bring greetings on behalf of the Manitoba RCMP to this 54th Annual General Assembly. The Manitoba RCMP and the Manitoba Métis Federation have had a long-standing working relationship, and that continues to grow. In the past few years, a lot of work has been done to enrich the existing memorandum of understanding that we have between our organizations, with a focus, of course, on strengthening trust and respect between us. Last year, we had the great pleasure to raise the Métis Infinity flag at our headquarters building in honor of Louis Riel Day, and this year we are happy to have representatives of the Manitoba Métis Federation in attendance for that special ceremony. We remain committed to finding solutions to long-standing challenges and building relationships between the RCMP and the communities that we serve. safe, vibrant, and healthy communities is a collaborative effort. While police play an important role, we must ensure that we work together with our partners to ensure that we are successful. We have a dedicated liaison officer who works with the Manitoba Métis Justice Institute, and we will continue to ensure that the MMF is informed and consulted on policing activities in your communities. Together, we will work to enhance community safety. As the Manitoba RCMP continues to journey towards reconciliation, we will continue to seek feedback and guidance with Indigenous groups across this province and ensure that our actions towards reconciliation are meaningful to those who matter most, the Indigenous peoples of Manitoba. Rest assured that we remain committed to taking the time to have proper consultation and ensure that we are doing meaningful activities towards reconciliation. I thank you again for inviting me here today to celebrate the success of our past years and plans for the future. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much.
I don't know if it's just the law and order in us or just whatever, but we always get this guy to come every year. He comes every year. Like to see him all the time. And it's Chief Danny Smith from the Winnipeg Police Service, who's done an excellent job in this town, and always glad to see you, and I invite you to come and say a few words.
Wow, what a big crowd. Tansi. It is my honor and pleasure to be with you this morning. Let me start that again. It is my honor and pleasure to be with you in person this morning. Now, I know we have all adapted to Zoom calls and virtual meetings as we've navigated our way through this pandemic, but I have to say I think my attention span has been diminished by all these virtual meetings, and I find I can't concentrate if they go on too long. So at the risk of losing your attention this morning, because even though we're live, I know a lot of you people have to look at me on a screen back there. I'm going to try to keep my remarks fairly short here. I have come to recognize the Red River Métis are amongst the most generous people I know. I have also come to recognize that the Red River Métis have had to fight for almost everything that's important. Now, I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I think history has shown that you are not a people to pick a fight with. Just saying. Now, I know these last 2 years have been hard, and we've all had to deal with a lot of restrictions. But I also noticed that it really hasn't slowed down the work of the MMF. Let's talk charity for a moment. I note that the MMF donated over $100K to the Ukrainian people being savaged by war. I noted that the MMF donated $1 million to Cancer Care to help them set up their genome sequencing lab. And I noticed that the MMF brightened up the Christmas for a lot of people by donating $50K to the Christmas cheer board. Now, I know the MMF is looking out for the Métis people. I noticed in the pandemic response, Métis-specific vaccination centers and testing sites. I notice over $3 million have been donated to educational bursaries, and that is the way forward. And I noticed the housing front. I don't think a week goes by where I don't see Will Godden in the news announcing something to do with housing or opening a housing development. I think I saw him here. I don't know where he is at the moment, but man, he's like a rock star in the community right now. And man, I hope you're getting air miles for all the travel you're doing. And I know the MMF is fighting the good fight on a lot of fronts. I took note that the Manitoba Métis Federation departed from the Métis National Council over the conduct of Métis Nation Ontario. I took the time to learn about the position that the MMF has taken, a principled decision difficult to argue against. I noted that they still continue their fight with the Palliser government over the hydro decision. Now, I know the Supreme Court didn't take up the case, but I also know that this fight is far from over. And lastly, I want to acknowledge and thank the MMF for its support of the Winnipeg Police Service. Now, last year, particularly in the spring, it seemed like I was being attacked on all sides. My members were on the receiving end of a lot of anger and vitriol, just trying to do their jobs. I appreciate that President Chartrand and the MMF took a position of support for the Winnipeg Police. Now, I know in my heart that most of the community supports the police, but in this climate, not too many are willing to do that publicly. And I know that that can come with a backlash. So I want to thank you for stepping up. Now, just to be clear, if President Chartrand disagrees with or doesn't understand what or why the WPS is doing something, I know that David has my cell number, and I know that he will call. We have regular contact, and I appreciate that, and I respect his counsel. That is how people learn about one another. That is how people show respect for one another. That is what friends do. Let me close by saying again, it is really good to be here in person with you this morning. I am and remain a faithful friend of the Red River Métis. Marcy.
Thanks very much. We'll have the copy. Thank you. Yeah. And if you want a sticker with, I had a selfie with Will Goodon, you can do that here too. I see so many people with stickers on, it's like, yeah, self-promotion. Now, we have a women's organization. It's called the Infinity Women's Secretariat. It just had its General Assembly, and get this, by acclamation, elected Anita Campbell again. Now, for those of you that are not familiar with Anita, she has tremendous community experience. That is why President Chartrand called on her to be the Minister of Finance. And I have to be nice to her or I don't get a check, so I'm going to be really good to her. But there's one word that kind of describes Anita Campbell, and that is formidable. She's formidable. And she's been a leader for a long time, even when she didn't have that title. And so I welcome Anita to the stand to say a few words. Did you drop a piece of paper there?
Thank you so much for that. You actually I have a tickle in my throat and now it's just turned into a lump in my throat. So thank you so much for that. I didn't expect it. I was going to actually do a little prank on you and ask you to do some stand up and maybe relax kind of thing, but it didn't work. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. I want to thank, first of all, Verna for those beautiful words. It's always our tradition and our ways to opening prayer that we have. And so I want to really thank Verna for helping us start our day in a good way. So thank you very much, Verna, for that beautiful prayer. The paper that I dropped along the way was just, I always do this, I don't know why. They give me notes to read, I never read them. And so I make my own little scribbles on the side here, and I don't even read those, so I don't even know why I bother making notes. Because I just keep talking. And so I'm not sure why I bother making notes. I think it's to keep me on track, because I could talk to you forever if you allow me to. So I just really want to share something with you this morning. And so I know I'm going to get teased about it later, so I might as well get it out of the way. So our hotel, those of you that were staying at the Best Western didn't have power this morning. And yeah, so trying to figure out this hair that I got wasn't the hair I planned to show you today, but that's what you're getting. And so it was, and I think I have some makeup on, I'm not sure. I have 2 eyebrows, right? Anyway, so it's been one of those mornings where I'm like, okay, I got to get in front of all these thousands of people and bring greetings. And I'm like, it wouldn't happen any other day but today. But I always think, you know, the Great Spirit also always gives us challenges, and we always rise to those challenges as Métis people. And it was already said, as Métis people, we like a good fight and we like a good challenge. And that was my challenge this morning. And I think I've succeeded because I'm here with all you beautiful people. And for those of you that want to come around and make fun of me, it's, hey, we always say we always tease those people we like. So if we don't tease you, there's a reason. I am just kidding. I am so kidding on that one. But I really want to thank you all for allowing me to come and bring some words. I've tried to keep it down to a short minimum because I know that's a long day, and I know there's a lot of people that we are going to honor. And there's a lot of people that we are going to recognize this morning, so I'll make it really short. A few things that have been said, Minister Dugald, I want to really appreciate all the women that you've mentioned, and we've tried to recognize them too, and one of the things that we're bringing up through Infinity Women's Secretariat is recognizing the contributions that Métis women have played, not only in this province, but in Canada. And so it's one of the programs that we're going to be releasing. There's going to be an announcement made shortly, and this is not women. We're not only looking at recognizing Métis women that we all know of or speak of, or what we want to do is recognize also those women that are in our communities, those women that are always doing something. They're always participating. They're always being part of and helping that community, taking care of everyone. And so we want to recognize the grandmas, the mothers, the aunties, the cousins, the nieces, all of them. We want to recognize all of them. And so we're going to be putting a plan together. We've got the name, we've got the approval from our women, and I always say I love my women. My women are hungry. And I don't mean for food. My women are so hungry to be involved. They are so supportive of the Red River Métis government. They want to be part of, they know their voices are being heard, and they want to continue to have that involvement. And so part of what we want to do through Infinity Women's Secretariat, and my challenge has become less and less and less. And I have to acknowledge two of my previous colleagues, Jean Desrosiers and Robert Gaudry. They have, at the beginning, and all my colleagues know this, sitting around that, what we used to have before was our board table. It was our board of directors table. It's now our cabinet table. Back then, they would tease me till the cows came home, always asking me, why you women have to have different groups? And why do you women always have to have your own meetings? And why can't men come to them? And I love these two men. They were amazing. And I would get teased constantly, and I would defend and defend. And after a while, I think I broke them down, and they started supporting all the things that we were doing. They started supporting all the initiatives that we had. And to this day, I can tell you that the people that sit around that cabinet table 100% support all the work that Métis women want to do in this province and without borders, because we are looking at removing our borders along with our own Métis government. So it is a path that we have chosen, a path that we're going on, because it is time for us to expand our borders and not limit ourselves to only the province of Manitoba. And I can tell you that those two gentlemen, my late colleagues, I'm telling you, they had an effect on me in terms of the challenges they gave me, and at the time I didn't see it. And I always, thought, I'm always being questioned on this, and it was a reason for them to do this to me, because I think they helped me grow, to recognize that even if you have a Métis women's organization, because we are an organization, we are a provincial-wide, soon-to-be without borders organization. But they made me recognize that we don't survive by ourselves. We are not an island. And without the men, the males in our life, that has to be part of the community, we will never survive, and we will never get any bigger than what we are if we don't open our doors up. And so a lot of our programming is also being inclusive of our 2S LGBTQ community. It is one of the things that we're working on this year. It is one of the things that we're working on this year with our 2S LGBTQ community throughout this province, because we know we have two locals here that are active, but we don't only have members from that community in the city of Winnipeg. We know they're throughout the province. So we're going to be working with them to change our language in our bylaws, just no different than our Métis government has done. So that is some of the work that you're going to be involved in. I could go on and on about all the work that Infinity Women, we've done leadership. And I tell my women, look, these people that are here speaking, all the ministers that I'm sitting here, and I'm honored to sit at your table, all the ministers that have come, all the speakers that have come before you, majority of them are men. And I always tell my women this: why can't you be an MLA? Why can't you be an MP? Why can't you be on the school board? Why can't you sit at those tables no different than anybody else? And so we're teaching them, we're getting to plant those seeds with them to consider running in any election that's in their community. And I said, even my election or the MMF's election, you have that right to run in any of those elections. And so we are going to be able to support our women to be able to start thinking about running in any kind of election, because they have those abilities, if they can manage a household and they can manage a community, I'm pretty sure they can manage to be on any level of government. Like I said, if you let me, I can stand here and talk all day. So with that, I want to wrap it up, and I really want to, I always say that Infinity Women's Secretariat is a proud affiliate of MMF, because we are. We are very proud affiliate of our Métis government. And it's not because of the number of support or anything we get, but it's the constant inclusion to make sure that your voices, your agendas are on those tables that we're invited to go be part of. So it's a matter of our government supporting the work, and we know that we're a maternal nation, we know that. We know that President Chartrand, and he said it himself, is a mama's boy. He's said it over and over again. There's a reason that we get that support, because he recognizes and respects that women's involvement has to be part of even his government. And so when you look at the amount of people that we've hired, and I'll do that in my HR report later, the amount of women that we've hired, the amount of people that are sitting here on the cabinet table that are women. And so for me, I'm happy to be part of, and I am a proud affiliate of the Manitoba Métis Federation, and all the support that we get from President Chartrand, my colleagues, and of course the staff. So thank you all very much for allowing me to bring short greetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Campbell. Well, we're almost through the program, but we have to mention some other people that came to visit with us today. And I mentioned her earlier, Arlene Clark, the Honourable Arlene Clark, Minister of Municipal Relations, elected in 2016. Could you just stand, Arlene? Arlene? Oh, we've got another honourable here. Alan Lajamodiere, Minister of Indigenous Reconciliation and Relations. We're going to play a big role in this cabinet. And I'm very pleased to see the Honourable Cliff Cullen here, the Deputy Premier and Minister of Economic Development. And you may not know this, but I'm the CEO of Métis N4 Construction. We're going to do some business. We now are going to do some video greetings from our federal friends. Have we got that teed up?
Hello there. I'm here in Calgary, the traditional territory of the Blackfoot Confederacy, the Tsuut'ina, the Eyaksi-Nadona Nations, and the Métis Nation, and all the people who make their homes here in Treaty 7 territory, the region of southern Alberta. I'm very sorry I can't be with you at your annual assembly this year, but it's been a long, productive year, and I want to begin by sincerely thanking the Manitoba Métis Federation for their very, very generous donation to the Ukrainian community during these very difficult and tragic times. I know it's something that is heartfelt by all Manitobans, but specifically the Ukrainian community of Manitoba, and there are a lot of Ukrainian citizens who live in Manitoba. I also want to thank the MMF for offering your COVID-19 vaccine at your clinic. I know I took my first shot back in May of last year, and thank you for caring about the health and the safety of all Métis citizens. And I'm proud once again to highlight progress that's been made between the federal government and the Métis Nation, the Red River Métis. Most notably, I remember the signing, the historic agreement between the MMF and Canada on July 6th, 2021 at Upper Fort Garry. The Manitoba Self-Government Agreement, Recognition and Implementation Agreement officially recognizes the Manitoba Métis Federation as the existing government of the Red River Métis. Je suis très fier du progrès que nous avons accompli ensemble et comme toujours, on sait qu'il y a encore beaucoup d'ouvrages à faire. I look forward to meeting you all in person at future events and continuing to work together to recognize Métis rights and support Métis people in Manitoba and all over Canada. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech and Marcy.
Of course, that's one of our own, Danny Vandel. The next speaker is the Honourable Patty Hajdu, Minister of Indigenous Services in Canada, the former Health Minister.
Kanse, hello, bonjour. Thank you, elders, President Chartrand, and members of the Manitoba Métis Federation for your warm welcome. I'm joining you today from Ottawa, the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabeg people. I share Minister Miller's comments on the powerful partnership that has been created between the MMF and Canada, something that's been built over time and strengthened since 2015. There's been a profound shift in how we work with the Red River Métis and how we move forward together. And nowhere has this been more apparent than in the way that we've jointly dealt with the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. New precedents were set throughout the course of the pandemic as Indigenous Services Canada extended its supports beyond First Nations and Inuit to include the Métis Nation. We convened regular meetings with MMF along with Health Canada and the Public Health Agency of Canada. We were determined to share timely and accurate information on the pandemic and to discuss it fully with Métis partners. Equally important, flexible funding was provided to MMF through the Indigenous Community Support Fund. It enabled your federation to design and implement community-based solutions to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the spread of COVID within your communities. Particularly vital, we provided targeted funding for mental health and wellness supports to deal with the effects of the pandemic. You and Métis partners have expressed an interest in expanding Indigenous Services Canada programs and services to Métis communities, which the Government of Canada fully endorses. Prime Minister Trudeau has given us a mandate to co-develop distinctions-based Indigenous health legislation, and it will be backed with investments that are needed to deliver high-quality health care for all Indigenous peoples, including Métis. The September 2020 speech from the throne affirmed our commitment to expedite this co-developed distinctions-based Indigenous health legislation with First Nations, Inuit, and the Métis Nation. And the fall economic statement delivered on that pledge, announcing $15.6 million over 2 years for distinctions-based approaches to mental health and racism in healthcare. Because the Government of Canada is committed to ensuring all Indigenous peoples have access to high-quality, cultural relevant health services, we will continue this work. We can no longer tolerate systemic discrimination in Canada's healthcare system that still fails to provide culturally relevant and culturally safe services. All Indigenous peoples deserve a health system that is responsive to their distinctive needs, no matter where they live. I'm excited about the opportunity that co-development of health legislation brings. It will enable us to establish overarching principles as the foundation of these health services for Indigenous people. It will support the transformation of health service delivery by working with Indigenous peoples, provinces, territories, and health organizations. And it will result in increased Indigenous-led health service delivery. And most importantly, it will advance the Government of Canada's unwavering commitment to reconciliation. I have high hopes and great expectations, and I know we'll be working very closely together to make these important commitments come true. Merci, merci. Thank you.
I'm just going to call the cabinet up here. If we're going to have the cabinet come up here before we listen to Mark Miller, who's the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, and at our 150th event, he learned to speak Michif and spoke almost his entire introduction in Michif.
Tansi, merci, hello, bonjour. Thank you to the elders for opening this assembly in a good way. And thanks very much to President Chartrand and the Manitoba Métis Federation for welcoming me virtually to say a few words. I'm joining you from Ottawa, the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabeg people. It's nice to see some things returning to normal, and I wish I could be with you in Winnipeg today for your first in-person annual General Assembly since the pandemic began. I'd like to acknowledge the leadership of the Manitoba Métis Federation throughout the pandemic, including the outstanding work of elders, cabinet, and staff, as well as community members across Manitoba. In the face of uncertainty, you came together to protect loved ones by establishing testing sites and swiftly delivering COVID-19 vaccines to elders and vulnerable citizens before rolling out the vaccine to all eligible community members. I want to thank you for your efforts over the past 2 years, but as we all know, this pandemic isn't over, and moving forward, we remember all those we've lost and recognize that we must proceed with caution. For decades, you've fought for recognition for the rights of Métis in Manitoba. You've worked hard to create space for Métis in the realm of politics, society, and the economy. You've succeeded in exercising self-determination over governance, housing, justice, health, and economic development. The Adair government is committed to working in a true spirit of cooperation with Métis. You're equal partners, and we're committed to working with you to find constructive, shared solutions to ensure that the Red River Métis will thrive for generations to come. In this spirit, we signed the Manitoba Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Agreement last summer, an important agreement that recognizes your federation's jurisdiction over citizenship, leadership selection, elections, and the operations of your government on behalf of the Red River Métis. We're currently in negotiations to replace this agreement with a core governance treaty and to find a lasting resolution to outstanding issues related to the Supreme Court of Canada's 2013 ruling on Section 31 of the Manitoba Act that you fought so hard for and won. The continued advocacy and determination of the Red River Métis continues to strengthen you and your collective action, and our government will continue to address the outstanding issues through respectful and collaborative dialogue at the negotiating tables. As you strive to advance self-determination and self-government, addressing socioeconomic gaps is critical to ensuring Métis can thrive. Infrastructure is at the core of this. It's the foundation that supports the health, well-being, and economic development of communities and citizens. Last summer, we made an important first federal investment in infrastructure for Métis communities, providing $50 million over 4 years to support the Manitoba Métis Federation's infrastructure priorities. This funding will ensure that you can build the spaces you need to create safer and healthier Métis communities and vibrant cultural centers, affordable childcare spaces, and accessible buildings. These infrastructure investments build on the government's support for the Métis Nation Housing Strategy for Budget 2018. To date, the Manitoba Métis Federation has received $48 million to build more affordable housing and address the core housing needs of Manitoba Métis citizens in the ways that you determine. I'd like to congratulate you on the success of your affordable housing program. So far, you've built 39 units and 18 more are in progress. That means more than 57 families, seniors, and other Métis citizens will have access to a safe home. To close, I'd like to thank you for your welcoming me to your assembly today. I look forward to continuing and advancing this important partnership with the Manitoba Métis Federation. There's a lot of work to be done, of course, and our government will be there with you in partnership and in solidarity to support Métis in Manitoba. Merci, thank you, merci.
Hussein, Minister of Housing, and then that arrangement reached with the Liberal government and the NDP, there's new money coming for housing this year, more money for Indigenous housing.
Hello everyone, bonjour tout le monde. J'ai le plaisir de vous adresser mes salutations en tant que ministre fédéral du logement et de la diversité et de l'inclusion directe du territoire traditionnel du peuple algonquin Anishinaabe. For over 41 years, the Manitoba Métis Federation has protected and promoted the rights, health, and heritage of their Métis citizens. Proof of the great work being done by the Federation has been seen over the course of this pandemic, and with last year's signing of the Manitoba Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Agreement. This agreement is important to the overall well-being of Manitoba Métis Nation members. And as we all can agree, so too is access to housing. We've committed $500 million to ensure that members of the Métis Nation have a safe and affordable place to call home. We're investing in the dreams and aspirations of the members of the Métis Nation because no home is just a roof. Each one is a place for a new beginning and a fresh start. Our joint work on housing will provide more Métis Nation members with a solid footing to start their own business, land their dream job, and ensure that there's always food on the table. And it means that even more kids will be able to grow up to become everything that they ever wanted to be. Our nation-to-nation, government-to-government work is an important pillar of our national housing strategy, and we're committed to our continued collaboration. I'd like to send my best wishes to everyone attending this year's annual general meeting, and I look forward to our government's work with the Manitoba Métis Federation in support of members in the years to come. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Our next speaker is one of our own, His Worship Mayor Brian Bowman, City of Winnipeg.
Hi, everyone at the MMF AGA. I'm so sorry that I can't be there in person, but thank you so much for letting me join you virtually. You know, it's been a busy year in our community, and the MMF has been very busy. I want to give a special thanks to President Chartrand and the entire team at the MMF for all that you've been doing to help our community weather the COVID pandemic storm that we're in. I also want to acknowledge and applaud your leadership efforts to support and stand with Ukraine. Those efforts do not go unnoticed in our community. And, you know, it's in keeping with the traditions of the Métis and, of course, with the MMF. Community participation, leadership is something that is greatly appreciated. Thank you for everything that you're doing, and thank everybody for being involved in the AGA over the next day or two. Thanks a lot. Miigwech.
Okay. It's now my pleasure to introduce our co-chair, another co-chair, Kira Delaronde, who's going to introduce these beautiful folks back here, our cabinet. Come on in, Kira. She's going to take over from here, and then we're going to hear the State of the Nation address from President Chartrand.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everyone. My name is Kira Delaronde. I'm the provincial chairperson. I'm the chairperson for the Provincial Youth Advisory Committee. It is my great pleasure to introduce our cabinet to you all today. I am going to ask we save the applause for the end. I know we really want to give all these people the love, but they get it every day, so we'll just hold off for a little bit here. Starting with the Thompson Region, I'm proud to introduce Vice President of the Thompson Region, Jelaida Lajimodier, Minister of Justice. Regional Executive to the Thompson Region, Vincent Pronto, Minister of Environment and Mining. Regional Executive to the Thompson Region, Mildred Dorian, Associate Minister of Environment and Mining. The PA Region, Vice President, Judy Mayer, Minister of Construction, Métis Rights, Métis Nation Agenda and Governance. Regional Executive to the PA Region, Joan Ledoux, Minister of Provincial Education, Associate Minister of Métis Employment and Training, and Associate Minister of the Provincial HRD Committee. Regional Executive to the PA Region, Daryl Furland, Associate Minister of Economic Development. Moving into the Northwest Region, Vice President, Northwest Region, Francis Chartrand, Minister of Health and Early Learning and Childcare, and Associate Minister of the Executive Committee of the Cabinet. Regional Executive to the Northwest Region, John Pronto, Minister of Fisheries. Regional Executive to the Northwest Region, my Minister, Richard Janai, Minister of Sport and Youth. The Interlake Region, Vice President of the Interlake, Alfred Anderson, Minister of Culture and Heritage. Regional Executive to the Interlake Region, many titles I have to say here, Jack Park, Minister of Energy and Infrastructure, Associate Minister of Provincial HRD Committee, Associate Minister of the Executive Committee of the Cabinet, Métis Economic Development Trust Board of Directors, Louis Riel Capital Corporation Board of Directors, and MMF Finance Committee. Regional Executive to the Interlake, Mona Bures, Minister of Métis Child and Family Services. In the Southwest Region, Vice President of the Southwest Region, Leah LaPlante, Minister of Natural Resources and Citizenship, Associate Minister of the Executive Committee of the Cabinet, Louis Riel Capital Corporation's Board of Directors, Métis Economic Development Trust Board of Directors, and the MMF Finance Committee. Regional Executive to the Southwest Region is John Fleury, Minister of Métis Employment and Training, and Associate Minister of the Provincial HRD Committee, who I have to give forward his regrets today. Regional Executive, one moment there. Southeast Region, my apologies, folks. I also had no power this morning, so if you can tell by the hair being a little frizzy, it's fully natural today. So Vice President of the Southeast Region is Minister Denise Thomas, Minister of 60 Scoops and Consultation, Associate Minister of the Executive Committee of the Cabinet, and Associate Minister of Land Claims. Regional Executive to the Southeast Region, Sean Nault, Associate Minister of Natural Resources and Citizenship, and the Regional Executive to the Southeast Region, Marielle Gauthier. To our Winnipeg region, we have Vice President to the Winnipeg region, Andrew Carrier, Minister of the Pemmican Publications, Residential Schools, Michif Language, French Language, Riel House, Métis Community Liaison Department, as well as the Métis Economic Development Trust Board of Directors. The Regional Executive to the Winnipeg region is Joanne Remillard, Associate Minister of Métis Child and Family Services. Regional Executive to the Winnipeg region, David Baudet, Minister of Agriculture and Associate Minister of Provincial Education. We have our Infinity Women's spokesperson, Anita Campbell, who has, again, a few hats I have to name here. She is our Minister of Finance and Human Resources, Associate Minister to the Executive Committee of the Cabinet, the Associate Minister of the Provincial HRD Committee, Métis Economic Development Trust Board of Directors, Louis Riel Capital Corporation Board of Directors, and I need to go back to one person who I had failed to mention earlier, but we have Will Godin, the Minister of Housing and Property Management and the Associate Minister of the Executive Committee of the Cabinet. And I will turn it over to Minister Godin now. Thank you for, and this is our Cabinet. Please give them a round of applause.
Thank you, Kira, and thank you, Mark, for all that work and all of our dignitaries. So when I have the opportunity to introduce our next speaker, and what we did was they had me introduce last, and what they really didn't know was that I wanted to be last so that I would get the applause when I was announced in cabinet here. So. It is a huge honor for me to be here today to do this, and to say that I'm a little nervous, even though I've been doing this for 20-some years, is a little bit of an understatement. Thank you, Elder Verna, for the beautiful opening prayer, and I think that is something that is very evident in the Métis Nation, the respect we have for our elders, but also the way that we conduct ourselves and when they guide us in that way. So very, very thankful to our elder for the prayer. And of course, our veterans, those who are still with us, though there are not many, and those who have left and those who have served. We thank you very much. And of course, our Métis citizens and all our dignitaries who are here today, thank you very much for being here. We had a great day yesterday, but I know we're going to have a better day today. And the reason is because we're going to get the stage set for us here. We're going to hear something that we call the State of the Métis Nation. And I don't think it's, we can underline it more importantly, how important the words that we hear every year. We missed a couple of years now, but every year we hear these words from our leader on what is happening, what happened in the past, what's going on right now, and where we're going in the future. So, you know, a lot of introductions for President Chartrand talk about where he comes from, his community of Duck Bay. Duck Bay, are you out there? Yeah. Yay. Oh, they're behind me. We hear a lot about how much his mom means to him, how his family means to him. We hear a lot about where we were back in 1996, 1997, when he first stepped up to serve in this current role. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about where we are and why we're here. And some of the things that we have, I think, that are directly, that he is directly, I haven't even said his name yet, that he is directly that he is directly responsible for. Things like our housing. We never had housing like we have right now. We never had Métis specific housing like we have right now. We never had that distinctions-based for education, for all of the programs that we fought for. But more importantly, I want to take a couple of looks back on who we are as a Métis Nation, and look back at our governance structures. The buffalo hunt. We all know that there were rules, there were laws of the buffalo hunt. We all know that it was our Métis government that was set up by John Bruce, Louis Riel, and all the others in the provisional government who absolutely did it in the way that they had to do it. One of the things, there's a person here in the room, actually, and it's not that she's my wife, but she wrote a book on Métis politics, Dr. Kelly Saunders, and one of the chapters that they wrote in there is something called No Other Tool. And no other tool means that the Métis Nation did what they had to do. So if it was using existing structures in 1967 to all the way where we are today, and again, thanks to our next speaker, the Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Agreement is like none other. And he's going to explain to you why it is so important that we held out, that he took the high road when negotiating with Canada to make sure that that we didn't leave anything on the table, unlike other Métis organizations out there. We were talking last night about what we're doing here this weekend, and you know, we're talking about a lot of the accomplishments that we have that we've seen over the last several years. In fact, over the last handful of years, it's been incredible. We literally can't see one end of the MMF to the other end of the MMF. It is so, there's so much going on that, you know, it would take, we could have an assembly here for 20 days and we'd still be talking about all the great things that are going on here. From the veterans, housing, education, self-government, land claims. But we're not finished. And President Chartrand is going to talk about that in a little bit here. We're not finished, but I also want to talk about David's example of always moving forward. Where we were back in 1996-97, it was not pretty. And there's a lot of you here who remember that. But there's also a lot of you here who weren't even born when those things were happening, those fights were happening, when the cabinet had to put their houses up as collateral for loans to make sure that your Métis government was there and will always be there. But one of the things that I think is most important that I want to recognize, and I am personally thankful for President David Chartrand's stance on this, is the protection of who we are, the protection of our identity. One of the things that we can say for certain is that our next speaker, my president, your president, will do whatever it takes to protect you. He will do whatever it takes to get those programs for you, but he will do whatever it takes to make sure that we protect the Métis Nation. Because if we don't protect it now, there will be no Métis Nations. As one of the academics said, if everybody's Métis, nobody's Métis. And when David Chartrand stepped on that chain to say, we're stopping the Eastern fakes from coming in, I think we can definitely relate that to another great leader who stepped on a chain 150 years ago. And it's something that I wanted to, I think we got some music going on here pretty soon because I'm getting pretty near the end here. Well, not that loud yet, but I wanted to get everybody pumped up. That's even louder. I think that you're supposed to go quiet, and then you're supposed to go louder. Just a little bit quiet. That's okay. You can start it over again. What I wanted to say to you here, though, is who's excited to hear from your president? Who's excited to hear all the great things that are going on? We are pumped. We're excited. He makes everybody better. All those people that are around him, all of these people, all of you, please help me welcome my president, your president, David Chartrand.
Thank you. Oh, that looks good. Oh. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It means a lot to me, and it's a great honor. And now I can see what the speakers before me were seeing, standing room only all the way to the back. So Before I start, I also want to reference John Flaherty, Minister of HRD, ISET. He's not here. He's had COVID, and he's had a pneumonia at top of that. So he's watching from home. So John, we're thinking about you, and our prayers are going out to you. So Verna, thank you very much for that prayer. It's such a great feeling when you hear the Michif language, and I speak Saulteaux fluently, and I do not speak Michif. I was just telling the Premier I should start learning how to speak French also. So, but you know, there's such a great feeling when your own culture is predominantly there and still alive today. Michif is a language we still fear can die and fade, and if it ever dies, it could be gone forever. So, because remember, we can't go back to our own country, we can't go back to somewhere else to make sure it's being kept or spoken. Once it dies here, this is our country, this is our home. So we make sure we protect that. Kyra, thank you for the introduction from Cabinet. That was quick. I said it's the fastest introduction I ever heard of Cabinet. And they're so short, you couldn't see some of them. They're announcing them. They're trying to stand up to get noticed. So it's great to see you. But that Cabinet behind you is a hard-working machine. I tell you that. They're around me all the time, and they're held accountable. I have a very strict rule when I lead the government, and as I have a strict rule upon myself. And my wife keeps me at bay myself at home. So, but again, we have some great dignitaries here. We have the first woman premier in this province, Heather Stefanson. I thank you for coming down and being here. So stand up. You're the first woman premier. Let's get recognized that. It's important. Heather and I did have a friendship before she became premier. We did talk back and forth before she was premier, and she has now made sure we talk as premier. So remember the old days, and I stood before you when we had a person, I won't even mention his name because he's gone somewhere else, on a plane, on a train, on a boat, I don't care where, but he's gone. But that is gone. Those days are over. You heard that directly from the premier, and I'll keep her to her word, and I know she'll keep her word to me. So, and she made some statements in her undertones of what could be coming in a budget and what could be announced. And we've had some dialogue, and I know she truly was impressed with your Heritage Center that you're about to own and have. And it is so beautiful. I'm telling you, I wish the time will come when you all will come. We'll have an assembly next time. We may have another assembly in September because of COVID and holding us back. But I want us to take a tour of your new Heritage Center. The construction will soon start this year. And it's such a beautiful, beautiful place to see the largest probably safe of the time. Remember, it was built in 1913. Remember, Riel walked by there, or had Reverend Cart by there, our people were there. That was one of the trading routes going to southern United States for a trade. So that is such a powerful thing, and I'm hoping, I heard the premier in the notes. I'm just making sure I'm hooking her up to line up. She's going to be saying something about that come budget. So I do hope she will keep her word in the sense of, and she's done great things. You look at the ballet, you look at the Air Force, money's been given to each and every one of them. You look at the WAG, their money's been given to them. And there's no doubt that Colin Dunn will make sure she doesn't forget when it comes down to writing the budget. Mr. Lashman, do you remember that? Okay. We have, of course, Wab Canoe, one of the boys. Oh, I already got that beautiful blue outfit from. I'll have to go shopping where he shops. I don't know about that. So, and of course, Doug, our 85th cousin. So we'll have to remember that story forever. But it is an important time in our history. We've done things and achieved so much. And even I sometimes have to pitch myself to it's real. You know, I reflect the thoughts and the struggles we've had, and I always say this to others, and I said that to some of my colleagues here, some of the leaders, that you have to reflect upon who you are and where you come from. You know, Danny was absolutely right. I was telling the Premier, Danny, just as you were giving your presentation, I said, I wonder who writes his speeches. These damn speeches he always brings to the assembly. We should get a speechwriter. I said, maybe you and I can get some notes from him. But it's right. You want to mess with somebody? You damn well don't mess with the Métis, because I guarantee you we'll stand up to defend our people, no matter where you are, who you are, where you live. You push the button of the Métis. We do different things. We do it a different way when we fight. I guarantee you to all these politicians here, I can get a protest done like this. and have hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people in front of some building somewhere pounding the pavement. That's not our style. Our style, we negotiate, if we have to, we'll litigate. If not, we'll put pressure, we'll put political pressure, we'll put voting pressure, we'll put different styles of how we approach, how we get our message across. That's important to recognize, but that's not a sign of weakness, my friends. It's a sign of strength, and people better start recognizing that. Because when you look at the end of the day, one of the things that really will be achievement, the day we have to quit talking about our history, the day we have to quit talking about our struggles, the day that we can just walk into a room and they know it's the Red River Métis, the founders of this province, the nation builders of part of Canada, the people that belong and own this beautiful land we live in with our fellow First Nations. But this is our land, this is our home, we built this, it's ours, and we will keep it and we'll defend it no matter what the hell it takes. So that's what people, one day I hope will understand that. We don't have to remind them over and over who we are. They should know by now who we are. And that's not the fault of the leaders in this room today. It's the fault of the leaders of the past and the educational institutions and the governments themselves. During COVID, I'll tell you this, during COVID, Canada and I had some words. We know what was going to happen to us here in Manitoba. We knew that there was an indication of a vengeance of one individual. We paid the price for that, but that's okay. We survived. But I also had a fight with Canada. I made it very clear to Canada, no one was defending the Métis here in Manitoba when it came to vaccines. We were on our own. In fact, I'll tell you why. Because there's an institution, a body, that's called the First Nation Inuit Health Branch. Listen to the words, First Nation Inuit Health Branch. Doesn't say Métis anywhere. Position of Canada, you're not my jurisdiction. You're the provincial jurisdiction. Province tells us, oh, wait a second, mister. You're Indigenous. You go back over there to Ottawa. That's where you belong. So we have made it very clear. Those days had to come to an end. And those days are now over. The Supreme Court of Canada has ruled on Canada that they have a fiduciary relationship that must include all of the opportunities, all of the investments, all of the rights that are entitled to First Nation Inuit in this country should never be denied to the Métis ever again. And I'll tell you this, you heard Minister Hajdu. The statement made, Mr. Miller, Mr. Vandel, all of them notice, Hassan, all of them know now, the Prime Minister, and I owe a lot to this Prime Minister, and so do everybody in this room. And I'll say that to anybody that stands beside me. If Premier Stephenson stands beside the Métis Nation, we will hold that Métis Nation, Premier Stephenson a favor or a support. If Wab Kinew stands beside me, I will fight to the end to support him too. Same thing with Doug. But that's what you got to understand about the Métis. We're loyalists. You stand with us, we will stand with you, and we will go to war if we have to fight to defend what we believe in. So Canada now, the Prime Minister's announced, this is something so important to the crowd. The first health Métis legislation that's coming into power in this country. That means you are going to have your health services. That means you're going to be covered when it comes to your issues of diabetes, chronic illnesses that are taking our people's lives so early, so wrongly, that you should not be in that situation. You pay billions of dollars of taxes as Canadians, but more importantly, you are protected in the very constitution of this country we helped build. So the Prime Minister has made a commitment. The ministers are talking about it. We are beginning that negotiations. So that is coming. In fact, I'm so proud of our health minister here behind me. In fact, there's a van out here. I tell you, you have to see as a leader when you're standing there, you know your job is to make your people's lives better. And there's a van out there, and there's another van already. There's two vans that are going to be traveling this province. Métis health vans. This is not with Canada. This is not with the province. This is with your government. We have two health vans with nurses that will be traveling to village to village to village to start listening to our people, helping our people, taking their diagnostics, if you want to use that fancy health language. I don't use too much of it. But if you have to do, they named all these things I couldn't even understand. Alina, the director of health. I said, okay, that's good enough. So I just know there are vans. I know there's nurses going to be in there. I know they're going to go out to help our people. That I know is going to happen. So you have 2 vans going out there, and that is going to be the beginning of our health system coming into play. So I can't tell you how proud I am. Enough of that. So thank you very much to our hardworking cabinet. Thank you very much. I also want to take the time to thank the Vaccine Committee. They worked very hard, took a lot of pressure, because remember, you have over 1,000 employees now that find ways that their job is to serve you. And remember, like assemblies of this nature, these are hard, very pressing, lot of pressure that comes down on the people to organize this to make sure it's as smooth as possible. Even this morning, I took a shower with cold water, ice cold water. And not to be sexual in any way, do you know what happens to a man that takes a cold water shower in the morning? Anyways, I tell you, I was freezing and yelling there. Al was in my room, for crying out loud. He wanted to give me a brief this morning, so he's sitting in the couch laughing at me because I'm just yelling in the shower. I have to leave the door open because there's no light. So, but again, and I tell you, it is pressing, but you got to find a way. I have to make sure I came here smelling fresh. I couldn't take a chance. So anyways, but it's just such an important time. We are being challenged, my friends. This is the part. We've come so far. We have come so far. And we are about to enter a new era. Wab was just asking me about this mention of the treaty. He said, when's it coming? 2, 3 years? We expect to finalize that negotiation of that treaty by this summer. And what does that mean to our people? That means you're going to be protected by the federal legislation of law in this land. You're going to be protected by very virtue of the Constitution that makes it very clear you have a special place and have always had a special place in this country. That means we will start talking about taxation. That means we'll start talking about the very essence of those things that affect you every day in your life. That is what treaties will become, protecting your rights, guaranteeing your rights are protected by law. And that is going to be so powerful, and that's what we're negotiating. This is what everybody else seems to be so jealous of our people and our advancement here in this province. We signed a self-government agreement last year, July 6th, where, in fact, the first provincial government stood, where Riel stood with his government forming the province of Manitoba. We took the same place, had the same location, but there was a difference that happened that day. A big difference that people need to really grasp and understand what that means, how powerful it is. When Riel created the provincial government is the phrase, somebody will grab me some water pretty soon. Provincial government, when they created that, thank you very much, the first essence, the government of Canada would not recognize them. They wouldn't recognize them as a government. They would not give them beyond the postage stamp recognition, but not even recognize them as a government. We understood what they did to our leader. We understood what they did to our people. They were preventing us from giving any recognition that we had a government before Canada became Canada. We had system of laws and practices that were in place, and Canada would not recognize it, would not recognize that we had the wisdom and the intelligence to run our own affairs. But Riel would not give up. We have fought all these years for that day in our lives when Riel would get justice. That provincial government was not recognized, but I'll tell you, on July 6th, your government was recognized. There is no doubt whatsoever anymore by Canada that the Métis government is the government of the Red River. No longer can anybody deny that. No longer can anybody avoid that. You heard the Premier said, nation to nation, and I will hold her to those words. And I'm sure there's not going to be a challenge to hold her to those words, and I know there's no doubt it'll be coming. But why is that important? Why? Because now we've done something that no one else has been able to achieve. We have removed the borders. They no longer exist. If you at home listening right now, I know there's many listening across the prairies, there are thousands upon thousands that are getting their citizenship card right now with your Métis government that are our family, are our relatives that live out the prairies that moved out west. Many were forced back in the 1800s to relocate and run away because the reign of terror was here. They've raised their families out there. They've started a new life out there. Some have moved recently for economic reason, education, or maybe for love. Whatever they move, but they moved. But the key issue is here, they're still our family. And if you're listening, those borders no longer exist. We have removed the borders of provincial jurisdictions over our territory. We of the Red River have no more borders. Whether you live in the United States, whether you live in Germany, you still can get a citizenship card with your federation, your government, your Métis Red River government. That is so powerful. People need to understand. That will force us, as the treaty will develop us, our relationship. It forces us now to say, how do we start protecting the rights of our Red River that live in Saskatchewan, Alberta, or British Columbia, or even the United States? They're called the Chippewa United States, and a lot of them want to come home. They want to get their citizenship card to the government they so believe in. It is very important we recognize that. It is going to change the very essence of your government expanding its jurisdiction and its territory. You heard our ambassador speak on this. There's national, international. We're already there. We're moving beyond anybody else. Those other presidents, and I hope they're held or listen to me right now. Those other presidents were lying to their people. They were running around with a document they signed 2.5 years before us. I said no. I even warned them not to sign that document. They still went to sign it because they thought they had something better than the MMF, that we didn't know what we're doing. They can go ahead and sign it. They do not have self-government agreements. They said they did to their people. We have the self-government agreements. We're the only ones in the world. They don't have them. They're not real. Those are talking papers. Those are papers to lead you to discuss and hopefully one day through legislation get it. That's all it is. Every court has ruled against them since then on that document. So guess what your government did? Guess what your cabinet did? We said, no way in hell we're signing something of that nature. You give us what we're entitled to, what we have rights to in the Constitution of this country, and what we fought for. We would not. 2.5 years later, we signed the self-government agreement. And that is a real self-government, not a question about it. As soon as that minister put that ink on that paper, I actually was watching very carefully. She was on TV. I was watching, waiting. As soon as that pen was lifted, yeah, we got it now. You can't change it there, lady. Sorry, we're in. So that was a very, very powerful day, I'm telling you. It was a very important day. But there's a lot at stake here. You are negotiating your land claims right now as we speak. And you all know in this room what it means. It means what your people suffered for. It means the economic losses you have been taken from your ancestors. Think about it for a second. I always want you to never forget this in your heart. Not to be jealous. My mom told me never be jealous. Never be jealous. Be proud of people. If they make it better than you, good for them. But I'll tell you something. They took away your family's future. I'm telling you, without a doubt they did, and I can prove it. When you look at what they did to us then, when they chased us off our lands and promised our lands to our children and to our parents, and then they abandoned that promise, your future, not only for a home and a land, your economics were gone. Your entire economic engine was killed. And I have the perfect example. And you could say this in cabinet all you want, Minister, to help us out. And Rob, if you're ever a premier, Doug, you're a premier, remind your cabinet that if you look at the Mennonites in this province, you heard me say this over and over because it is such a perfect example. They were given 586,000 acres of land. No reign of terror occurred. No army chased them off their land. Nobody forced them to break apart as families. They lived as a collective. And today, they got one of the biggest banks, your credit union, Steinbach Credit Union. It's one of the biggest institutions in this country. They're some of the richest people and most powerful people in the province of Manitoba, and I am proud of them. I'm very proud of them because they're the perfect example of what they took from each and every one of your families. Not the Mennonites, the country of Canada. They're the ones who stopped us from getting what it was rightfully ours. So that negotiations, my friend, is in the billions, not the millions. And guess what? There are others out there now who are saying, oh, wait a second. There's something I could get there. Maybe I can get some of that land claim money now too. I'm Métis. Now you have Ontario, who are bringing in invaders that aren't us. And there's such an easy way of looking at it. An easy way of culturally recognizing for the young people listening, remember this. If somebody gives you something and it's too good to be true, ask it if it's real. Because they are now trying to infiltrate through our youth to come and start to fight against the Métis Nation, our culture, and to open that day. Just be friendly, open it up to all. You cannot do that. We suffered too damn long to wait for this day to come, and there's no way in hell we're going to give it up to anybody. So when Ontario is bringing on these new people, they're coming because they see something. I don't care what they say and think. They call me all kinds of names, and I don't give up. You know what? So, because at the end of the day, my job is to protect my people. And they go out there and they're trying to desperately figure out, we have made such massive headway, whether it's education, whether it's housing, whether it's childcare, daycare, on and on, economically, and so forth. And they're saying, well, holy Christ, I want that. I should be entitled to it. And so, as you heard Doug and his 85th cousin of mine, that's what they're doing. They're going to their bloodline and say, oh, I got a cousin somewhere way the hell back there, First Nation blood. So I got to be Métis now, I'm mixed blood. And they're coming with these new ideas, modern day historical community, trying to fool the people. They ain't going to fool your leader, I'll tell you that. So when you look at it at the end of the day, they're coming because there's something there. There was nothing there, they wouldn't even have come today. You wouldn't even have heard of them, you wouldn't even have seen them. But the best way to really differentiate us and them, ask them. The Red River Métis. See that sign behind me? The Red River Métis. Look at Riel's, the Red River, the Red River. Everything's a red. That's where we are from. That's where our flag came from, 1816, the infinity flag you fly. That's stolen from us today. People are flying it all over this country, saying they're Métis because they have that flag. That doesn't make a Métis. And you ask yourself the question, where did the Red River cart come from? Where does Red River jig come from? Where does Red River fiddle come from? Where does the Red River beading come from? All the prairie flowers that you could find back over 200 years of our people in our beadwork. We were called the flower beaded ones people. Don't forget that. The flower beaded people. They know what to call us in our 1800s. Ask yourself, where does it come from? The Red River. It doesn't come from Ontario. It doesn't come from British Columbia. It comes from the Red River. This is who you are, and let nobody tell you different. Let nobody steal your culture and your identity. I'm gonna down roll you or give me a chance here, wait. But listen to this. This is the part that really reflects a lot. It's the message I give them and the message I ask you to give them. If you say you're Métis, you're not us. That for sure we can prove. Without a doubt, there's no historical connection to us, not even families. So get your own heroes. Get your own flag. Get your own stories. Get your own struggles. Go fight the fight we fought. Then you can come say who the hell you are, but don't say you're us. That's enough of that. So to a young generation, please defend that. You're our next leader. Look at this crowd behind you. A lot of gray hair, man. And the days are coming when we're going to come to retirement. Some bald-headed stuff back there too. We'll good on others. But you look at it this way. Days are coming, my friend, where leaders are going to be coming. New leaders amongst our nation. And they'll send us out to the pasture, say, Dave, you did a good job, pat you on the back, go rest now and get out of my way. So, but the key is this. They must have it in their heart. They must know what they're fighting for. They must know that they can make a difference in everyday lives of our people. You look at us going back, the days you heard of the, thank you again, Danny, for that, for recognizing our contribution, the ability to make a difference we never could make before. Why do we give $1 million to cancer care? It wasn't just for Métis. Cancer doesn't care who you are. And cancer will come and hurt and destroy a family and terrorize a family and grieve a family and suffer a family. Your government said we have to do our part. There will be Métis for sure with cancer, that we know. We know many of ourselves and our family have lost loved ones with cancer. But we are not people that beg. We are not people that just watch and do nothing. We say as a government, we have a responsibility to make a difference, not only to ourselves, but to the province we help build, the province we love that we call Manitoba. So when we give that $1 million, that's just the beginning, my friends. We have given and continue to give. We give $60,000 every May 12th to institutions, sometimes cancer care, sometimes diabetes, whoever applies. Dan, you forgot those numbers. I'll send you a brief on that later. But anyways, when you start looking at all of those, it just shows you the ability of what we can do when we're together as a collective. I say to these people, now they're taking us to court. Alberta has filed a court case against our land claim. You have the Congress Aboriginal people, there's what, 50 of them that go into a room, or 20 of them and gather and elect a chief or something they call themselves? All of a sudden they represent the Métis. There's 20 of them in a room hiding somewhere. You know, those are the brave ones, right, that you can't see. But they claim they represent. Now they're saying they want to go to court and say they represent the Bill C, Section 31 rights holders too. Saskatchewan's jumping in now. You know, BC's jumping in now. And you know what my cabinet said to me? Where in the hell were they 32 years ago, and we were begging and bake selling and doing everything we can to raise money to fight for our land claim? They didn't give us one damn cent. Now they're here because there are billions at stake. And we must protect that vigorously, and I guarantee you I will protect it vigorously. We will serve our Red River citizens that live in the prairies, those that got their citizenship card. Thank you. You're smart to get your citizenship card, because your government will protect you. That is our motto. We will protect our people wherever they live. We have come so far, my friends, and we got a long way yet to go. There's so many things that are happening. And for example, we're opening our second pharmacy in Dauphin. Then we're going to open a third. And I'm going to go on. And let me tell you, and still I'll get mad at you. I know some of you are hiding this and won't tell me the truth here. You're not using our pharmacy, all of you. I want you to use your pharmacy because it's yours. Every cent that goes in there goes back to, you know how much money we're giving out now? It is unbelievable how much money is going back to people. People are asking for wheelchairs. They're asking for hearing aids. They're asking for all these different medical supports. We will get that with our new health legislation, but don't just depend on that. We want to do our own thing and control our own destiny. So the more that you use the pharmacy, the more rich revenue that comes in, all goes back to you somewhere. If it doesn't go back to you right now, later on you might be in a wheelchair. One of us might be in a wheelchair. I might be in a wheelchair. You never know. But we need to support our own businesses. We have upstairs right now, there's about 60 booths up there. Many Métis businesses are doing so well, and I am so proud of them, because you know that one thing we have that is so strong about our character and our culture, we're hard-working people. We will work hard to take care of our families, take care of our community, and take care of our homes. Mr. Goodon is right, you said, Danny. He's on the news every week. Well, I'm proud to say in this room, I bet you there's some in this room right now. There's over 600 families, which Minister didn't mention, Miller. There's our program is better than Canada's program, by the way. Over 600 families have already bought their homes. 900 have been approved. So there's 300 people looking, nearly 300 people looking to buy houses right now, and already over 600 of them have bought their houses. Think about that for a second. That program never existed, but now that young family or any family that's out there getting a house that they're going to own, that they're going to take care of, and they're going to leave as an asset to their children one day. The Head Start that we were robbed from in 1870, imagine that. One of the things that, no disrespect to non-Indigenous people, one of the things they got ahead of us on was owning assets, owning houses, owning property they can give to their children to go to universities or have a head start in a business or a head start in life. Our families didn't have that opportunity. We didn't have that wealth, that opportunity to give to our children. But these 600 families already are a head start. There's 300 more going to buy their houses. That's 900. I'm sure by next year it'll be over 1,000. And that's not counting the 1,400 houses that Mr. Goodon, wise in the news all the time, is repairing right now. And hiring contractors after contractors after contractors. You know how many times I get a hug from the old ladies out there and say, thank you, I got new siding, or I got new windows, I got new roof. I am so proud of our people, and that's what drives me. Who else has such a lucky job as I do? I get up every morning wanting to go to work. If I take all this, I get bored, I want to come back right away to work. So I just work, and I love it, because I know every day I could change somebody's life. And that's how my cabinet feels. We talk about that. Every day we have a responsibility, we could change your life. But I cannot be strong. We cannot be strong unless we have each and every one of you backing us up. That's what's going to make us strong, and that's what has made us strong throughout history. We are a formidable force if we're together. If we're divided, we're weak. Let no one come between our families. Let no one come between our communities. Let's make sure we take care of our families, our elders, and our communities. Let no one divide us. They've tried it, and they've tried it, and they've tried it, and they've lost. Because we can tell you right now, the local structure we've had, the governance structure that we embrace in our Constitution has kept this Métis government alive. Imagine to the people you heard Wab Kineau say what happened in the 1960s. There was no federation to defend them. There was no one there to stand up for houses when they're being flooded. Whether it's in the Southeast, there might be, I should maybe give the Premier a heads up on this. The Southeast, with the flooded of 7 dams that took place there, Métis villages were flooded. So you start looking at it and no one stood up and cared. St. Madeleine will tell you here how it feels to see your house being burnt to the ground, your school, your church, your entire village, your entire everything, your family being destroyed. For what? Cattle. And ask me one person in this country that stood up and said that is absolutely wrong to do that to a people. No one stood up. They just let it happen because we didn't mean nothing to them. That's why you can never let no one divide you. Let no one come between. Let them try that today, and you'll see how fast we'll be there. Let them try to come in your community and disrespect you. Let them try to come in your community and say, I don't care what you think, we're going to do this in your community. Well, they can go to hell. They're going to have to come through us first, because there's no way in hell we'll let them do anything they've done to our people in the past. We'll never allow it again, whether it's a 60 scoop, whether it's a residential school, whether it's any of the things that happen. No one can ever do that to us again because we're too strong. But we'll only be strong if you stay together. If you stand together, support each other together, don't be jealous. Support your fellow neighbor. And if somebody has a nicer truck than you, good for them. But if they have a Ford and you have a Chev, well, you're better off than them, you know that. So, but anyways, there's a joke about that, Ford and Chevs, right? But anyways, it's such a good feeling to be your leader. You allowed me to lead you for 25 years. You allowed me to lead. And I'm not doing this as, oh, it's a political campaign. That's what somebody, oh, there's always a critic out there, I don't care. There's always, I'm serious, there's always going to be somebody that's going to be negative, no matter what. Even right now, probably somebody's typing in that. I don't go in that face world, trust me, I don't go in that IT stuff. I don't listen to that garbage. Because most of it, 90% is liars. So when you look, you know why? Because they're brave, right? They can say anything you want to. Oh, nobody can see me here, you know? Like, come here in this room and criticize. We'll see how fast you're taken care of by these people in this room. So it's just important to recognize, don't listen to that world of stuff. Even the MNC, they're taking us to court, right? And you've seen that, taking MMF to court. We left in September last year. We left because you told us to leave. And you were right when you told us to leave. If they bring Ontario and all those thousands and tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands in the future, you said, go out, leave the MNC. Even though you helped build it, you developed it, you created it. But leave and do it. And I should have done, you know what, sometimes my cabinet gave me shit, I'll tell you that right now. I get shit too. So, but I get even, I'm just joking. No, I'm just joking, trust me. I like to tease. But anyways, they gave me hell. When Clement and I were running the Métis National Council, because they wouldn't come. None of the presidents would come. They wouldn't come to a meeting. They wouldn't do this. They wouldn't come to assemblies. We tried to have all those things. In fact, they wrote letters to cut the funding, cut the funding. That's all they did. But I'll tell you what is so embarrassing for me as a leader, a fellow leader, and I hope they're listening, because it's the truth. And one thing everybody knows me about is my name, and I don't bullshit. So I'll tell you how I feel, I'll tell you what the facts are, and I'll tell you what's real. So when we were out there working like crazy, and I took advantage of my opportunity to make sure that the promise made by the Prime Minister was going to be kept, that we were going to mean something, that we were going to be in the budgets. We weren't until the third budget. Trust me, I put pressure on the first budget, and I really raised hell in the second budget. The third budget, we finally got mentioned the Métis Nation. But guess what? We brought in $3.8 billion to the Métis homeland, including all of those presidents that are now suing us. And I'll tell you this, and I hope to hell they're listening, not one of them, not one, and didn't come to help us, they weren't there, We had our team there working like crazy throughout weekends and all the way through, but we bought $3.8 billion into the Métis Nation. That's your housing, education, childcare, all the stuff you got today. Not one of them said thank you. Not one of those leaders come to us, to Clement, and said, thank you for what you've been able to accomplish and deal, and all your political ability to sway the Prime Minister to finally include us. Not one. In fact, they went home and said, look what I did, look what I brought home. And not one of them was there. So, but that's the problem when you face, is that water? I hope it's not. Oh, it's a pen, okay, good. I hope it's not water. I did shower, trust me. Anyways, but let me tell you this, it is sad to see that, because that's not our way. When somebody does something for me, I say thank you, and from my heart, and I mean it. You know, so it's so important that we don't lose that part of our culture. We're unique people in the world, and we need to protect who we are. Let no one steal your identity, and let no one trick you to take your identity. And for the young generation, I know a lot of you is out there saying, well, let's just go, why not, just let them bring it in. You bring it in, bring them in, bring them in, and eventually they outnumber you. And eventually, you're not going to be doing a Redwood jig anymore. You're going to do a Marawa kick up and storm or jump around and yell. I don't know what you're going to do. But your culture will change. And eventually, you'll become a different people. And then that's it. We lost the war. We lost Riel. His greatest fear, we'd be swamped from within. That we can never allow. I'll close off with this. We are going to see the Pope. I am looking forward to that visit. We're taking a delegation. You heard MNC is gone, ITK is gone, AFN's gone. And I was the one negotiating this, by the way, on behalf of Canada. Clement gave me the responsibility to negotiate that with the archbishops for several years before we left MNC. And so, but they said something, and I want to make sure it's corrected in this assembly, because they bullshit their way in that Facebook, and they don't face me face to face and say these things. But what they went and said is that I was disrespecting First Nation culture and spirituality, which is absolutely not true. What they were saying, the MNC, is that they were going to chastise, really, the Pope for saying that you colonized us. You took away from the Métis our sweat lodges, our sweetgrass, our smudges, and our ceremonies. That's what the MNC is going to go tell the Pope. And I said to them, they're absolutely crazy. They're wrong. In history, in 1816, we won the Battle of Victory of Frog Plain, and everybody knows it, the Seven Oaks. 1816 to 1870, you were the power of the prairies. No one was stronger than you. No one. You dominated the prairies. You had 10,000 in 1870. There was 12,000 people. 10,000 were Métis. We were the power. So from 1817, we started asking the building of churches and parishes. That's how we lived in. We could have built sweat lodges. We could have built sweetgrass. That's not ours. It goes back 10,000 years of First Nations. That's theirs. We can borrow it. Some people actually practice it. There's nothing wrong with it. As long as you believe in something, you believe in a God, that gives you a head start to heaven, man. So when you start looking at it from that concept, let's understand this. For those people out there that try to say I was trying to criticize the First Nations, that's absolutely wrong. They're trying to play politics with religion, and that's the most dangerous thing you could ever do. Most wars are started because of religion and politics. But when you look at the visit I'm making to the Pope, there's 55 of us going. And we are going to go and let me tell you how different it is for us. The Pope and the Vatican recognize the Red River Métis differently. Because remember, who did Riel depend on? He never went to war with a gun in his hand. He went and he carried a cross at all times. He was supposed to be a priest, remember that. And who did he get? Father Richat, other priests to go and negotiate the entry of Manitoba Confederation. Our connection to the church is powerful. We have different denominations today. Some people are Presbyterian, like my wife. Some are Catholic. And I tease my wife sometimes. I hope she's here somewhere. I hope she gives me shit after. But I tease her, and I said, are you going to do Lent? I'm not a Catholic. She said, I'm Presbyterian. But I remember when she asked when we were going to get married. Okay, there's a different story that came there, my wife. Now she had to meet my mom, okay? My mom, a powerful Catholic, yeah? You are getting married in a Catholic church, okay? So my wife had to march to Catholic classes very quickly. So there you go. So there's sometimes there's force, sometimes there's a pathway to that. So there's my wife over there. So She'll say, why did you say that? Anyway, so good thing she knows who I am. She knows who she married. So, but again, at the end of the day, you know, we look at this visit, and I'll tell you what some of the people have told me, and I know a lot in this room. Some are Anglican, I said, some are different. But at the end of the day, when our good Lord decides to take us, all of us look for a church. All of us look for a priest or some form of religion to put our loved one to the ground and to their new home. Wob Canoe was trying to leave. Wob, you better wait. I'm not finished speaking. I listened to you when you spoke. Anyway, but anyways, he's grabbing his books and everything, looking at his clock. If he gets up and walks out, you guys boo the hell out of him. Trust me. How dare you insult my president? So anyways, when somebody is passing, you know right away you're going to need that part of your grieving. You need it. You need it to help you heal, help you grieve, because it's a painful experience, a painful time. And you're going to need a church for baptism, weddings, all these things. So the problem we're seeing in our province, in our country, the churches are shutting down. Yes, they did horribly wrong, but not all the churches did that. The problem, the Vatican made this mistake. They protected it. That's the mistake they made. They should never have protected those evil priests that did that. They should have punished them and put them to jail, locked them up where they belong as predators. That's what they should have done to them. So that's the key. I'll be raising that to the Vatican. I'll be telling the Pope directly. He doesn't speak English, so I got to write my stuff. But here's the beauty we have. They only are allowed 30. All three of those national groups are allowed 30 in total. We are allowed 55 in one room, up to 65 in one room with the Pope. He'll be meeting all of us in one room. All of them will get to listen to me and the other 7 speak directly to the Pope. That is powerful. They're giving the Red River a special place with the Vatican and with His Holiness. I am so proud of that, to go back and tell our story, our message to the Pope. And I want him to do one thing. And if they ask Manitoba Premier, I ask you this. If they ask Manitoba's opinion, I want you to say, I want the Pope to come to Manitoba. I want him to come and visit the father of Manitoba. And I want him to bless the grave of Louis Riel, who helped build this province by virtue of his relationship with the church. That I ask you to do if they ask your opinion. So, as I said, you'll hear in ministers' reports, there's so much going on. There's so much that's happening out there. And as I said, I am so proud to be your leader, and I will fight for you till my last breath, even after you kick me out or I retire, whatever happens. I will always fight to believe who I am, and I'll never stop defending who we are. That is everything in my heart and soul. I believe so much in my heart. So again, thank you very much. Thank you for coming out in such great numbers. And as Anita heard, when I look at the crowd, because it's been so long, I had a little bit goosebump in my arm, and not my throat, it's my arm. So anyways. But again, I would never achieve anything the way I achieve without this cabinet. I'll tell you that right now. The good thing about being a leader, ask any leader, the 3 leaders that are in this from the parties. It's good to see you, Mr. Bushy. Ask the 3 leaders that are here if they have anybody in their cabinet that's going to backstab them. It only hurts their pathway to the future. I can turn my back as I am right now, and not one of those cabinet ministers will dare put a knife towards my back or dare to do something that would hurt your president. In fact, they will run in front to take the bullets to protect their president, and they will dare to make sure their government is protected to their last breath. So thank you very much. Thank you again for believing in me. Thank you very much. And I'll continue to work hard. I'll continue to fight for you, and I'll continue to bring great things to your houses and great things to your families. Thank you very much.
Before we go, we just have a couple of more presentations here. So just take your seats again. We just have to, there's a couple of orders of the sash. Wob, you can go. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I don't want everybody to. Okay, if I could grab everyone's attention here, we're going to finish off our opening ceremonies before we run to lunch. It shouldn't be too long. We have, as you can probably see in your ceremony program, we have an order of the sash presentation to a veteran, to a Métis elder, and we have some tribute videos as well. So I'm going to ask my co-chairs to come back up here because they've got a little bit more organized, and I'm not, so. Or are we gonna? Change of plans. We are going to break for lunch. As same thing as yesterday, there's a lineup at the back, and I see some of you are already there. We want the elders to be served first. So if there are elders who can get in line, we ask that you wait for the elders to go there. As well, if you have elders at your table, that you can bring them lunch. That would be great as well. But we're going to start precisely at 1 o'clock. To get going, we'll finish off our opening ceremonies with our tribute videos. So we'll see you at 1 o'clock. And Minister Leah LaPlante, you're needed up at the front desk. Minister Leah LaPlante.
Good afternoon. I hope everybody's enjoying their lunch. What's not to like with mac and cheese? Hey, just a heads up, you know, these Red River carts in the middle of the tables, they're really nice. And we're going to allow you to take those home at the end of the day tomorrow, but only tomorrow. So let's just leave them on the table for today. And you'll have to fight amongst yourselves at the table who's taking them home. Just to let you know, so you maybe get some exercise tonight for the fight tomorrow.
Okay, good. Right on. Excellent. Just want to give a 5-minute warning. We'll get started. We have just a few presentations to wrap up our opening ceremonies. But just so everybody knows, to go up and grab your cup of coffee, water, dessert. Is there dessert? But we'll give you a 5-minute warning, and then we've got a couple of presentations for the Order of the Sash, which is one of the highest honors that the Métis Nation can give, as well as some tributes to a few of our esteemed colleagues who are no longer with us. So we wanted to get those done before we jump into the next order of business, which is to continue on with the presentations of the portfolios. So 5 minutes. Thank you. All right. Who's ready to go? Who had a great lunch today? Who got a selfie with Minister Will Goodon today? That's not very many. How are you going to win the prize? So we're going to continue on with a couple of things here, and it is my pleasure. We're going to ask everyone to keep the noise down, because this one, what we're doing next is going to be honoring those who have given so much to the Métis Nation, and I think it's important that we pay respects properly. And so a lot of people who are off to my left aren't listening to me. A lot of people off to my left are loud. Okay, I'm going to get staff to walk around in at least this general area and ask people to keep it down, because this is what we're doing next is going to be important. That's a little bit better. Couple of things before we start, though. Resolutions need to be in by 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. If you can bring paper copies to the desk to the right of the stage. That is my left. Your right. It's still really loud over there. You can email digital copies to resolutions@mmf.mb.ca, again by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'm going to get mad at those people over there real quick. And a reminder that the Resolutions Committee is meeting at 3:00 p.m. downstairs today. Another reminder, and I was asked several times, is there are no tickets required for the entertainment tonight. So you can come, you can bring your mom, and you can have a lot of fun at the event tonight, but you don't need tickets. It is an honor for me to welcome up to the stage our ambassador and past national president, Clement Chartier. And I always get his name wrong, so I'm going to hear about that after. But he is going to make a presentation to two individuals for the Order of the Sash. As we all know, the order is something that is not given out willy-nilly. It is something that is an incredible honor for those who have received it. And that's why I'm asking for that quiet, so that we can absolutely pay respects to those who worked their whole lives in order to gain this recognition. So without further ado, I'm going to ask our ambassador, Ambassador Chartier, if he would come to the stage, and he can help us to honor those two individuals who will be receiving the Order of the Sash. Let's please welcome Ambassador Chartier. Are you coming up too? Okay.
Good afternoon. It gives me great joy and pleasure to have been asked to participate in honoring two of our many deserving elders. So the first elder that will come up to the table, this table, on the stage is Michael Patrick Joseph Bellemeur, who has the Order of Manitoba. So President Chartrand and I are going to honor our elders by a presentation. So if we could have Michael come forward. Michael Patrick Joseph Bellemeur is a Métis veteran who served in the Canadian Armed Forces between 1964 in 1989. Veteran Bellemare was invested into the Order of Manitoba in 2018 and has been a cultural teacher and community volunteer for over 50 years. Born and raised in Marquette, Manitoba, he formed a voluntary group in 1976 to try and locate as many Métis homeless veterans so that he could assist in referring them to services and find housing and resources. He is a residential school survivor, a 60s scoop survivor, and a Rooster Town survivor. Veteran Bellemare is also a former chair of the Riel Local here in Winnipeg. Veteran Bellemare also takes great pride in founding the first volunteer foot patrol in Winnipeg for the care and support of Winnipeg's most vulnerable Métis citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in honoring one of our Métis heroes, veteran Michael Patrick Joseph Bellemare.
I want to thank everybody here for coming out and supporting our renowned president. I'll just say that love is the only reality, so don't waste it. As we speak here right now, Métis citizens and Métis veterans are on our streets homeless. And I've spent 40 years finding them and referring them to resources. And none of them will die on the street under my watch. This is their nation as well. And they've had some hard luck. But this city and this province belongs to them as well. So we constantly remind them of that. So thank you for coming out and supporting our great president, and let's wish him well. I spent a few years in a residential school, so I know how important this journey is for the president. And our prayers are with him. And we'll follow him on his journey, and let's hope he comes back with good news. Thank you. Miigwech.
Thank you again very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. One more time, give him a round of applause. Thank you. Order of the Métis Nation is a very, very special order. We have one more.
Thank you for that. Next, we have Grace Ledoux Zoldi. Grace has been involved with the Manitoba Métis Federation since its founding in 1967. She has served the MMF in the elective office as spokesperson for the Métis Women of Manitoba and has been a passionate advocate for the preservation of the Michif language. In 2003, Grace wrote Le Livre Oche Michif Ayamaha We Winna, the book of 16 Michif prayers. Grace was also a contributor to the book Métis Legacy, Volume 2, Michif Culture, Heritage, and Folklore. For over 12 years, Grace has been involved in the Manitoba Métis Federation's Michif language program. And I must say, I went to many national conferences with Grace, and she has been a great inspiration to not only the young, but to the older people as well. So we have a lot to be thankful to Grace for. And of course, Grace has also been the National Michif Speakers Group representative or participant of, which was formed in 2006. And I know Grace also engaged with other younger people to not only preserve and promote the Michif language, but also offer in village, in Camperville, Michif language program, which is being carried out by other younger people today. So Grace actually has been, if not the leader, one of the great leaders that have been working on reviving or ensuring that our Michif language is never lost. So it gives us great pleasure, Grace, to present you with the Order of the Sash.
Okay. No? Gail, how am I? Done. You want to speak? What is the mic right there? Give it the mic if you want. Okay. Come you are.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gail Welburn. This is my mom. And mi mama awa. Tapi gisgro Michif, tash kinoma geomina, gigish kinoma arti, japigisque anisht. I'm sorry, I'm just choked up. I'm so honored to be her daughter today. I've seen her make sacrifices with her family so the language could be worked on. And my mom has come from a time when you weren't proud of your language. She was taught by nuns and made to feel ashamed. I remember being a little girl one time and my mom came to the school to come and tell me she was going to a funeral and I had to go to someone's house after school because she was going to be away. And she called me in the classroom, Ashta muta. And kids were chuckling and I was so embarrassed. I was so embarrassed. She made sure through my whole life that I was proud to be a Michif. So thank you for this today because I know she's helped a lot of others to be proud of who they are as well.
Merci beaucoup, merci. Merci beaucoup, merci.
Get them stand together. Stand over there. I want a picture. Stand over there. Stand there. Where's my cameraman? Get over here. I want the two of them together here. Come close. Don't be shy. You're far away. You're a media man. You're supposed to be right in front. Not you. Take some good shots. Stand beside you. Move your things. I'll stand here. I'm taller than you. Good one. Thank you very much. Thank you again. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you all, two well-deserving Métis heroes.
Will and Mark, where are you? Mark's here. Just gonna speak. Okay. What's next? Take it down.
I'm just waiting for Will to give me my lines. Where are we going now?
Just the video tributes for.
Oh, okay.
So I think.
Do we have those the videos ready to go? Yeah.
But I think Leah might. Okay, thank you very much for your patience while we sort things out up here. We're going to have a couple of tributes. As we know, every year there are folks who have served in your Métis government. As they get older, they pass. Well, yeah, why don't we have one more for our heroes. Absolutely an honor. It's an honor, you know, I've thought that for years, just being around the people who have built what we see here today, those ones who have done the hard work decades ago, how important it is that we honor them, and I think that's absolutely perfect. So but as I said, we do have those who pass on who have served in your Métis government in the past, and I'm pleased to ask Minister Leah LaPlante to come up and introduce a couple of the videos that we're going to be seeing here for those who are no longer with us. So let's please welcome Minister Leah LaPlante.
Thank you. Thank you, Will. I've been privileged to be asked to read a little bit about Robert Gaudry, Lionel Allard, and Grace, leftover. Sorry, Grace. Apologies. And okay, I'm missing one of them. We've already done this too. Bear with me a moment. That's what happens when you got 5 people all working on the same thing. No problem. And I am truly honored to do the lead-in on this because I knew all 3 of these people, both Audrine and Robert from working in the MMF, and of course most of you know from a personal relationship with Lionel. So I'm going to start with my condolences to the Gaudry family, and I'm going to read a little bit about Robert. Robert Gaudry was born in 1940 in St. Laurent, Manitoba. Robert started working at a young age on his mom and dad's farm and also was a commercial fisherman. As Robert grew older, he met Roland Lambert or Lambert, depending on which way you want to pronounce it. And they ended up being married for 62 years and also raised a family along the way with 5 kids, Alan, Alvin, Jamie, Carl, and Jackie. Hard work always ran through Robert's family and in his children, which was something Robert was very proud of. But with all the hard work, there was just as much fun and excitement. Robert was a family man first and loved spending time with his 8 grandchildren and 6 great-grandchildren, ranging from 40 to 1 year old. Robert did everything for his family. Robert spent many years in the MMF as vice president of the Interlake Métis Association and also as a cabinet member. Robert was a very proud Métis and always was held with such high regard in the Manitoba Métis Federation. And I believe we have a video.
I came by today to see you. Oh, I had to let you know. If I knew the last time that I held you was the last time, I'd have held you and never let go. Oh, it's kept me awake nights wondering. I lie in the dark just asking why. I've always been told you won't be called home until it's your time. I guess heaven was needing a hero, somebody just like you, brave enough to stand up for what you believe and follow it through. When I try to make it make sense in my mind, the only conclusion I come to is that heaven was needing a hero like you. I remember the last time I saw you. Oh, you held your head up proud. I laughed inside when I saw how you were standing out in the crowd. You're such a part of who I am. Now that part will just be void. No matter how much I need you now, heaven needed you more. 'Cause heaven was needing a hero, somebody just like you, brave enough to stand up for what you believe and follow it through. When I try to make it make sense in my mind, the only conclusion I come to is that heaven was needing a hero.
Beautiful. Thank you for the family for putting that together for us. very much appreciated, and condolences from the whole room to the family. And next, pardon? Do you want to bring her up now? Yeah. So, yep. Roland, if you could make your way up, please. President Chartrand wants to present you with a Métis fiddle. Okay. Yeah. The president's going to come to you, Roland. Just down here, though. If you can bring her to the, yeah, to over there, that's good. And next, we are honoring and remembering Lionel Allard. Lionel Robert Allard Jr., the son of Lionel Sr. and Delia Allard, was born on April 11th, 1950, and was raised in St. Laurent, Manitoba. He was also known as BB since childhood to family and people from St. Laurent. He was the 8th child from a family of 10 children, 2 boys and 8 girls. He is survived by his son Lyle, daughter-in-law Tiffany, his grandchildren Brendan and Brianne, and a daughter Michelle. Lionel was very much involved in the Métis culture. He was responsible for naming and forming Liberty Local in 1988. He was elected vice president of Winnipeg Region in the early 1990s. He was also a part of the Ivan Spence Square Dance group for a few years. Lionel's passion was singing and playing guitar. He enjoyed getting together with family and friends and played guitar all night long while having a great time. Lots of good memories were made. His favorite type of music was pop, rock, and country. Lionel was a very proud and a very private man. He will be sadly missed and forever in our hearts. And do we have a video? Yes? Oh, okay. Yeah, get some pictures. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. I also had the pleasure of meeting Audreen Houry, a memorable lady. The Manitoba Red River Métis lost Audreen Houry, who was a trailblazer, on February 27th, 2022. In respecting the family's wishes, we will not be holding a memorial tribute to Audreen. The MMF would like to acknowledge Audreen's hard work and her dedication as a Métis entrepreneur, writer, and mentor. Her perseverance and her vast knowledge of Métis history and culture was an inspiration to all of those who knew her. The Manitoba Métis Federation will be honoring and showcasing Audreen Houry's work in the Métis National Heritage Museum. May her story live on in our hearts and in the many articles that she had written. And while I was looking at this backstage during lunch, Don Roulette wanted me to make a point of speaking to her beautiful light steps. She was a very beautiful dancer to watch, and she was floating on air. Just a very memorable Red River jigger, for sure. So let's honor Audreen Houry. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Leah. And again, on behalf of everyone in this room, all our Red River citizens listening throughout the homeland and those at home, we thank, again, the two... A what? I'm not sure there's a queuing up there. Okay, check. Thank you very much. So anyways, to get an honorary Métis Nation honorary recognition is very, very difficult. It's challenging. There's not only a few of them given out. So Gracie and again, Michael, thank you very much for being here. And on behalf of our families, thank you for standing with you. And of course, to Audrine, I remember back in the day, she was a feisty one, I tell you. She was not afraid to fight with government. She wasn't a politician. She was an administrator, operator. Education and culture were passionate to her, and it was something very, very important. She always tried to remind us, in order for us to get our military, she'll call it, or get our not warriors, and use the word warriors, to get our people ready to fight, we need to educate. We got to give them the tools, and education is the tool that we need. It's the weapon we need, she used to talk about. So again, the next individual we're going to recognize, and this is a good thing about the way we do business at our government. We always take the time to recognize those. And a good one, we'll do one later. I'm not sure when it's coming up for Paul Delorme. I think it's coming up. If not, do we have a video of Paul? I want that queued up after this one. But this next gentleman, a lot of you know this person. He's been with the Federation forever. And first, I have to read some bio here. His name is Donald Roulette. He's single, and he's still going to stay single, trust me. Anyways, Donald started the Manitoba Federation Board, at the time, remember board, the language we used, from the Northwest region, 1984 to 1986, and then Manitoba Federation Board Director, Winnipeg Region, from 1986 to 1990. Manitoba Federation Executive Director from March 8, 1994 to now. So he's been Executive Director now, that's going on 27 years. But Don worked before that for us, and he actually ran a housing company and housing construction. Don was, before that, was in British Columbia, married to his wife and his lovely daughter, and which he lived in Vancouver for some time in BC, and he actually ran a housing company private for himself, and he did very, very successful. But Don really was a great inspiration, drove me absolutely nuts many times, but anyways, that's okay, it comes with the territory. But Don had a vision, and some of his visions actually came to fruition, come to real life. One in particular I'll talk about is our office at 150 Henry. We pinched and saved every penny we can, and we knew we had to do something because we were outgrowing our little office in McGregor, and we needed to expand and deliver more services to our people. So he had a plan to go and buy 150 Henry. And to tell you how good negotiations can be, we started off negotiating, and Don was a mean negotiator, so I sent him ahead of time to scare the people up, and I come after the place and fix it all up, right? So anyways, but CP was selling 150 Henry. And we didn't have much money, but we didn't tell that to the world. We didn't have much money. They were asking $5 million, for which we didn't have, but we were going to negotiate, maybe borrow off a bank or figure our way around it. We know we needed the space. And so I sent Don to start negotiations. But first we did our homework. We checked on the CP, put it up for sale, it's gone, it's off the books, it's written off in their audits. So we knew the building was going to be gone. That we knew for sure already. They also had the second floor, they had the military, which carried sidearm, police weapons, the CP military. So with that we knew they had the second floor full. And so we did start doing our homework. What's going to happen to them? Where are they going to go? Did they find a new place? And then who else is bidding for this place? Well, there was some bidders, and the Premier of Manitoba at the time made a deal with a private individual who actually was going to buy the building, and they're going to amalgamate, that's the time they're amalgamating social welfare, Winnipeg welfare with provincial welfare. They're amalgamating the two units the city was getting out of that business. So they were going to sell it to this individual, very affluent man, very rich man, that he'd buy the 150 Henry, and then they'd put the welfare inside there for everybody to go and get services, and they'd sign a 25-year lease. So we got wind of that, and so quickly we used that as our strategy. How do we go about now using that as a tool? So I quickly sent a message to the government of Manitoba. I said, we understand there's a deal being made that is being sold to a real estate gentleman, and that you are going to rent from him for 25 or 30 years. We want the same thing. We're putting in our bid. We're coming in. And all of a sudden, everything, when the brakes came on and everything comes to a shutdown. And all of a sudden, they came to the building, said, oh, we can't. The building doesn't have proper oxygen, doesn't proper this, proper that. They found every reason in the world. They shut the deal with the guy, and but they didn't understand how smart we are. Because we wanted to get rid of the guy. And we didn't want it for welfare. We wanted it for ourselves. But we got rid of the guy. He's gone. So the province pulled out. They're not interested in putting the amalgamation of social service in there. So the next one, we said to ourselves, okay, let's look at CP now. So negotiations started right at the Old Days Inn by the casino there. And Don was, I sent Don in. From 5 million, they went to 3.2. And so Don started negotiations already right off the top. We already knocked off 1.8 million. And so I sent Don inside there, and hard negotiations started. They sent their team in from Toronto, and they're negotiating. But an hour comes out, Don walks out. We got it for 2.2. He said, let's take the deal. I said, bullshit, go back in there, man. Go back in there and play hardball. I said, just hard. Get in there. I said, they got to get, they're in trouble. This building is gone. I said, it's off the books. So go back in there and push them hard. And Don, okay, he went back in, and I guess they're on the table fighting for a long time. An hour later, he comes out. Okay, he said, we got him for 1.2, what is it, 1.5? 1.5 million dollars. Okay, I said, take the deal. But this is the catch. So it's 1.2, Don. Anyways, we got him in there, 1.2 million, and then we said, take the deal, Don. That's the deal. Go back in there and say, take the deal. Because they made a big mistake against CP. CP is a big, massive company. When we get too big, sometimes it's very difficult. What they didn't realize, they didn't get a permit for their military now. You can't just take a military with weapons and put them into another building. You need a permit. They didn't have a permit. So I said, okay, go back inside there. So here we go, and they signed a 5-year deal, and they end up giving us $1.1 million for 5 years. So all of a sudden, we own this building for $100,000 that was started off at $5 million. So that tells you negotiating skills at its best. Then we bought all the parking lots around there because they had no use for them for $500,000. So that tells you the story of that one. And Paul Martin actually was chuckled about that when he came in as Prime Minister. He come and cut the ribbon, so as a part. But Donald also did something that will live on. Donald came to me one time, and this is the time when we still had no money really. We were struggling as the Federation, and it was hard even to find payroll. And every 2 weeks, I tell you, that's why I got more gray hairs and bald head, because it came to a point where sometimes we were so scared we couldn't make payroll. And because government was late in funding, they were just taking forever. So, but Donald had the idea. He said, you know, I have a big fear. I love music, and our music's dying. And our fiddle music is all by sound. You can't write our music. He said, we need to revive it. I said, well, what do you expect to do? He said, why don't we start a program? We'll buy 100 fiddles, 100 T-shirts, sashes, and we'll go to schools and see if they'll play in our schools. We'll put our old fiddlers in there, our professionals, put them inside there to teach the young kids. Boy, Don, I said, you know, it's a lot of money. We don't hardly have any money. And I said, I don't know if it's going to work. I said, I don't know which kid right now, they all want guitars and drums. I don't know if they want to take a fiddle on. And I was shocked, but surprised, but I shouldn't be, because it took off like wildfire. After that, I tried to analyze, why did it work? And I'll tell you why it worked, because I figured it out. And after 100, we had 200, 500. So far, we've bought over 3,500 fiddles in this province, and we have thousands of young fiddlers today that we know our music and will live on. The fiddle music will live. Our music will not die, generation after generation. But I figured out why it was so successful, and I told this to Dawn after. It's because of you, parents, grandparents, family members, cousins, friends. When they found out that their child would be on a stage, they flocked those halls, and they were packing up the halls everywhere. And the kids saw this and said, wow, I'm like a rock star now. So it took off, and that's why I think it worked. As family, friends, everybody supported those young kids. And today you have a lot of them in a room that are here today that are performing and making CDs and selling them. So it just shows you about a Don idea, and it wasn't mine. So I want to give Don that credit. Don also served at the Native Alcoholism Council of Manitoba as executive director for many years. So Don has definitely paid his due. He's earned his due working for the Federation, working for you, trying to make things better for everybody. And Don is retiring. but he's not leaving the Federation. I asked him to stay. I asked him to be a special assistant to certain programs and projects. One of them is the Red River Fur Company. He'll be running that. But Don will be leaving aside the executive director position. It's called COO now, fancy names. So he's going to be leaving that and working on special projects for us at the Federation. So I want you to join me in welcoming Don. So we should say to him, like we say to everybody, every dignitary, everybody comes here and we give, like Métis Nation honorary recipients, that this means a lot. So in our culture, we give people gifts when they come to see us, and we want to show appreciation, respect. And Don, on behalf of all the people of this province, all our people listening throughout the homeland that we now manage as the Red River, and to everyone in this room, we want to thank you for your years of service. If you could come up here, we have a gift on behalf of all the Métis people, made by the legendary Janine Crouchy, and her work is legendary in the future. It'll be talked about and spoken of. But we have a gift for Don that he didn't think we just forgot about him and say, goodbye. So we have a gift for you. We hope we can fit it. You gained some weight, that I know, so we hope we... Oh, he said I lost weight. He said, I think he's lying. But anyways, here you go.
Yeah, I'm not one for big speeches and stuff, but just let me say that it's been an honor for me to work for so long for our people, for our cause, and thank you, David, for everything that you've been to me. Thank you.
Thank you again, Don. Don has a big heart, and you can see already he's touched by this emotion, and the tears are starting to come. So thank you very much, Don, and you'll always be a memory in our government and the work you've contributed. Actually, it gives me time to recognize the new COO that's taking his place. I think she's here. Well, nobody's going to see you over there. If you come up here, maybe he'll see you. She's not as pretty as Dawn, but she's getting there. No, in fact, her name is Wenda Watney, and she's actually originally from Saskatchewan, worked in Ottawa for many, many moons, worked for different sectors of government, and ever since then she's earned her stripes in the Métis movement, and she's definitely retained the respect of our cabinet and our government, and she'll now be leading 1,000 employees across the province, and you'll get to know her, get to meet her. She'll be at regional meetings, and trust me, she's very dedicated, hardworking, workaholic, which we all love, and she's going to be a great asset to the Métis Nations. Again, Wenda Watney.
Okay, my apologies to Lionel's family. There is a picture show, and I knew there was. I was hesitant, though. I do apologize that I moved on so fast, but my mind was on Lionel. So now we're going to watch a picture show.
Thank you, Leah. Again, we apologize for the family that we didn't have that exact timing in place with the IT system here to get it connected. But the next one we're going to be honoring is the one for today, something very important to all of us. I had the pleasure of meeting him personally, myself and Mark, after we started working on a settlement with veterans. And he was such a proud man. His name was Paul Delorme. Let me read a little bit of it so you can get a understanding of who this man was. And we have a video for him. And maybe we'll play the video. The video can go on first. It'd be really appreciated if the IT team is ready. I think they're supposed to put it on. And we went to Essex, London to find him because after the World War, he was a prisoner of war. And he ended up falling in love and getting married, and he moved to Essex. So if the IT team, I don't even know where they are, if they're listening, are they organizing it? Oh, there it is. Sorry. Okay, I'll shut up now. There's only 4 of you left from World War II.
I know.
There's no more left.
I'm one of them sitting in that 4. They
Yeah,
took
you're the one of the
somebody
4.
out of the Regina Rifle, and they send us to Winnipeg, further training, and then we got transferred with the 2nd Division. So went overseas with the 2nd Division. And then when I came back, after prisoner of war camp, I was put back to the Regina Rifle again. So I left the SSR's 2nd Div.
Yeah.
I went back to 3rd Division, and then I was in Canada for a couple months with the Regina Rifles.
Uh-huh.
There, before I left there, they made me full corporal, and then I went back to Germany again.
It's a certified check for $20,000. This is yours.
And Canadian dollars.
Canadian dollars is yours.
I think Canada, the 2nd Division, 1st Division, Air Force, Army, Navy men, all concerned, should never be forgotten. You should always be the first people on your book.
Well, as you heard from Paul, like the conversation he and I had, the amount of chuckles that happened back and forth, laughs, and he said more than this is that Canadian dollars. He said, do I have to pay taxes on this? So, and he made sure he reminded me, I think he was 98 or 99, going on 99. He showed me, I still got my driver's license, he said. So I still drive here in Essex, he said. So, but let's please stand up and give him a moment of silence. He's 102. He's passed on. He's one of our World War II vets. And I want to show again, he was captured in Dieppe. Dieppe was a no-win situation. It was a trap, to be honest with you. And he tells us the stories about how some of them were captured. He ran away a couple of times and they got killed, the other 2. And he is lucky to be alive. And so he talks about that, but he was very proud to be a Métis and to do his part. So a moment of silence would be really appreciated to the Delorme family. Thank you very much. I'm sure he's looking down upon us now and smiling in the respect he's earning. It's unfortunate he didn't get the respect many times when he was alive, but it's very important to recognize. And some things I'm very pleased and proud about is that we went out, Mark and I, to see Mr. Delorme, and we didn't get our settlement with Canada yet, so we started putting our money at the Federation and borrowing against MMF to start giving them because we were afraid we were going to lose them. So since the settlement, we've served 30, we found 30 veterans, which you all know about. You hear me talking about in the Métis Hour. And so far, 22 of those 30 have passed on. So it tells you there's only 8 of them left now. So it's a scary thing. They're all past their hundreds. And, but it's something we should always respect and honor and tell our families the value they played, because we're now potentially entering a third world war. And Sunday I'll be speaking a little bit about that and getting ourselves ready for what's happening in Ukraine and how it can affect us here in Canada. So again, thank you very much to everybody, and thank you to Mr. Delorme. Thank you for all those that got honored today on behalf of your Métis people across the homeland. It's always important that we never forget our people. We don't wait till they pass, till we recognize them, and we try to recognize them while they're still in this world with us. So again, thank you all for just showing your gratitude and praise to all of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Chartrand. And I think we should take a moment to thank all those who we saw here today who worked so hard for us in their lives and are not with us. So let's give them not just a moment of silence, but yes, let's give them a round of applause for their work. And we've got one more business. Thank you. We have one more piece of business before we jump into the portfolio reports, which are going to continue from yesterday. It's an honor to welcome Minister Richard Genai, who is going to explain what we're doing here next. But we have partners. We have partners that we're looking at, and partners who are working with the Métis Nation and work for us on behalf of our citizens. So it's a great deal of honor to welcome up Minister Richard Genai.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone? Good to see you. It's been a long 2 years. I like with President Sharp, you have goosebumps when you see all the people and that you miss so for the past 2 years. When you finally see them again, get the hug, just overwhelming. But now I got some exciting news. The Red River Métis are going to be partnering with MERCS next year, because next year is going to be a big event in Winnipeg, in Manitoba. We're having the the National Aboriginal Hockey Championships at Seven Oaks Arena. It's the 20th anniversary, and it's going to be from May 6th to 13th, 2023. The Red River Métis is partnering with the Manitoba Aboriginal Rec and Sports Council, and with that partnership, we have a check for $50,000 that that's going towards the National Aboriginal Hockey Championships. You know, this side. This side? I gotta sign it. Yeah. Okay.
Is he a signing officer?
That side? This side? Oh, if I sign it, it's probably going to be no good after that. And I'll be presenting this check to Mel Whitesell, Executive Director at Manitoba Aboriginal Rec and Sports Council. Did I get that right? Aboriginal Sport and Rec. It's just a hard acronym to remember. So if we could get Ryan and Thomas, get in here and we'll get a picture. Go ahead. Thank you, Mel. So that's something to look forward to. Check on the MMF youth website. We'll have updates there because it's going to be a big event. Going to be lots of hockey, lots of cultural, so look forward to that coming next year. How about another hand for Mel Whitesell of MERCS? And thank yous again. So I hope you guys are all listening when I'm doing my report on youth, sport and youth, so you better not leave.
Okay.
What?
Richard, we need to turn around and take a selfie with all these people.
Okay.
There you go.
before I go, this guy, he's try every year he says, I'm gonna beat you, I'm gonna beat you. You know what he's doing now this year? He's got little stickers, he's got a contest, and I said, I don't need that, Will. They just come up to me and say, let's take a selfie. But anyways, thank you, so see you all.
Yeah, let's have a big round of applause for my brother, Richard Janai. Love him so much.
I love you too, Will.
He loves me too, he says. Yeah, strange way of showing it. Anyways, one last item of business I would like to go through before we have a break. We're going to have a quick break, but I need a motion, mover and seconder, to accept the President's State of the Métis Nation address. Yeah, who is it? We have a mover online, and then I'll get a seconder. Andrea Clark from Lorette is moving that motion. And microphone 1.
I'll second the motion.
Minister Denise Thomas. Thank you very much. Any discussion on this motion? If not, I see none. So I will look for all in favor to please raise your hands, including online. Thank you. How are we doing? We're good. And opposed, please raise your hands. And abstentions, please raise your hand. That motion is carried. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we're going to come back for your next, I can't remember who's next. I think Minister Jack Park to talk about energy and infrastructure. So make sure you're back for that one. It's going to be lots of fun because we have lots of fun with Minister Jack Park. Thank you. Yeah. Hello. Okay, if we could get everyone back to your chairs. We have stretched our assembly from 2 days to 3, but we're still always behind. I don't know how that happens, but it does. And there's still a lot of information that needs to be presented. That was an amazing morning, an amazing afternoon here so far, but we have a few things that we want to push through before we get to the next portfolio reports. And I apologize for a little bit of confusion on what's coming up next on the agenda. We're actually going to ask Minister Campbell to come up. There's an issue that has arisen with regards to a local and some of the activities that are happening, and there's just this needs to be addressed here for a very short little bit. Okay. We're actually going to ask President Chartrand to come and address this issue. So can I ask everyone to please take your chairs? And it is an important issue that the President wants to address here. There's something that has happened that's transpired today and needs to be talked about. So, you're not? Oh, okay. Everybody's telling me, it's like that show Anchorman again. They tell me what to say and I say it and then I say it wrong because they changed their mind. But we do have Minister Campbell up here to address this issue. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to my friend and colleague.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving us a few minutes to address something. And we thought it was appropriate and timely in a sense of that I think it needed to be shared with you all because it did really affect this local, and so they've decided they wanted to read something, and so the chair, Jana Fowles-Joseph, is going to read something that she has prepared and wants to share with you that letter, her comments. And so once she's done, I'd like to make a couple comments of that also, and I'm not sure if President Chartrand will follow or not, but I know that we wanted to come up here and be supportive of this local and what they're wanting to say. So I'm going to turn it over to Jana to come in, read her comments. Jana?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start off by saying thank you to Elder Verna for your prayers. My name is Jana Fowles-Joseph, and I'm a proud Red River Métis woman. I am also the chairperson of Seven Oaks Métis Council, formerly Seven Oaks Local. I want to start off by saying that I'm upset about a recent YouTube video I saw from a young, unexperienced, and recently created group calling themselves the Red River Echoes. That slanders the Manitoba Métis government, the Manitoba Métis Federation, President David Chartrand, and Cabinet. The speaker in this video explains that their grandfather started Seven Oaks Local many years ago. In 2018, after becoming dormant, I began building up Seven Oaks Local from an inactive local to one of the largest in the Winnipeg region. Our executive has worked tirelessly over the past 3 years, volunteering our time, starting cultural programs, supporting our elders, and most importantly, supporting the Métis government, our Métis government, the Manitoba Métis Federation, President Chartrand, and Cabinet, because without them, we wouldn't be able to do all of the wonderful things that we do today. We need to recognize their service to our nation and respect their leadership. There is an individual going around speaking on behalf of our local, using our local name. They should not be doing this because they have not been part of our local, have never been active in it, and have never attended a meeting. We value the wisdom of our Red River Métis government,
We participate in the democratic structures created by the Métis leaders that came before us. There is value in participating at the grassroots level and being held accountable by the community. The Seven Oaks Métis Council is there to be inclusive, to make sure that our members are part of our democratic processes, and we welcome all of our members to be part of our activities and our meetings. It is unfortunate that this had to happen, and I want to make it clear that we fully support our Red River Métis government. Thank you.
So you could hear in Jana's voice how difficult this is, and she's worked really hard to make that local one of the strongest locals in the Winnipeg region, and to have somebody just come about and say negative things and to defame it is not appropriate. I think it's time that, you know, if you want to be part of it, be part of it, but don't share or don't pass on misinformation. We had dignitaries here this morning. There was a posting, and look, everybody has their opinions and they have their rights to say whatever they want to say. But when you're sharing misinformation, there's a line there. We had dignitaries coming out, and you all seen them, you all heard them, coming to share their partnerships with us, coming to share that they want to work with us. And yet there was a posting that was still made that apparently, well, actually we were. It's not even apparently, we were. We were giving out, and you all seen, we gave out the fiddles and the sashes that were wrapped around each of the fiddle cases. And we gave one to Danny Smythe. We gave him one because he came, he was part of the delegation, he was part of the dignitaries that were invited to come and speak. And the posting that was posted on there, and I'm not going to use the word that this person used, but what they did was do a social media, pretty much an attack, because that's what they do, is do and said this: MMF is giving fiddles and sashes to effing word, the F word, cops at the AGA. Just think about that. You've not only now disrespected our practice of at least recognizing and appreciating the people that are coming here to speak on their behalf, to speak on behalf of the people that they represent, coming and spending time with us. So you've disrespected them, you've disrespected our own process, and you've disrespected everyone that's sitting in this crowd. Because you don't agree with something. If you want to run for something, and I've said it already this morning, then run for something. Go run for the local executives. Be part of that local. Don't claim to be part of something that you're not. If you're not part of that local, be part of the local that you are part of. I don't understand why they think this is the us against them. You are a Métis citizen. If you are a Métis citizen, then do the same thing that the rest of us have had. You've just seen us recognizing and acknowledging a lot of people that put their blood, sweat, and tears into where we are today. We don't work. We don't only work Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 4:30. And now because of Zoom, which you'll hear in my IT report if I get to do it, we work 24/7 with no hours. There is no hours that we have anymore. So if you wanna be voiced and have your voice heard or be vocal, do it the democratic way. Put your name on a ballot, campaign, and go run for something. And I just want to thank Jana and the Seven Oaks Métis Council, because that is their proper name, the Seven Oaks Métis Council, for coming up here and being brave to talk. She didn't want to, she's like, I'm not a speaker, I don't want to do it. That's why she had to write it. But for them to come here, Elder Linda was also really upset. So you have to think about when you're writing these words out in social media, who you're hurting by it. Who are you hurting by that? And sharing the misinformation doesn't do any good for anybody.
So think twice before you go post anything, and next time I'm probably gonna end up on TikTok, I hope not. Seriously. So I want to thank you ladies all for taking your position and defending your local and defending your Métis government. And I know President Chartrand wants to have a couple words too, because it is very hurtful. You're hurting people. She was crying in the back. So you have to be careful when you're saying things. You're hurting people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anita. It is very important that locals stand up to defend their integrity, their local name, and we talked about that today, and it's important to recognize that. And you heard my speech today. You heard me make it very clear not only to those in this room or those outside or those other presidents everywhere, that if they get bought into the ideology that to let more Métis people in that aren't Métis, there's a threat to our nation in the future. So when you start looking at it, and I said, when people want to speak, come here. Come here. Come in front of the people and put your democracy at test. Come and show what you stand for and what you believe in. You heard my speech. Instead, as I was walking through the room, I'm not even give credit to somebody that doesn't deserve the credit right now, but as I was walking through the room, an individual came up to me, basically said, "You know who I am?" And I didn't know who the person was. I said, "No." And anyway, introduced herself, and you know, I had a handshake going with her, and then she said, "You threatened me. You threatened to assault me, and we're here." I said, "How did I threaten to assault you? Don't you dare try to twist my words." But that's what I told you guys this morning, the power of the IT world, where people go in there and make stuff and say things, and which aren't true, many of them. By degrading that statement publicly, the person's here in the room, by telling us that we gave effing cops a sash and a fiddle, and sending that to the world to see now. The world. This is not the culture of the Métis. This is not our way. We do not go and insult our guests or our people that come here. And you heard Danny, powerful speech about who we are, respecting who we are as a government, sharing, because there's hundreds of Métis police officers that work for him, and he knows the amount of dedication the Métis do in working. But while you go and people saying that we give effing cops sashes and fiddles, you know, in the old days, I'll tell you this, and this is not a threat, this is the old days. What they used to do to you versus the law today, they used to call you into a meeting of the room of this nature. And if you stole something as small as a sinew, a piece of thread, or anything of that nature, you'd be called. You wouldn't be strapped or put on probation. You'd be called in a room where your family would have to attend. And they'd yell out your name. Clement Charche, you're a thief. I better watch what I say. They'll just take that little clip and they'll put that on Facebook. So that's the danger about the Facebook world and the IT and the social media world. They can say anything they want. And a lot of it's not true. So when you do about that, I've got several thousand witnesses that can stand up behind me and tell you that I did not threaten nobody this morning. But that's what could go into social media tomorrow, saying the president threatened us to violently hurt us. Now, did I threaten anybody this morning when I made my speech? I'm asking the people here in this room. Exactly. But that's the danger. That's why I'm speaking on it now. This is ruining our assembly right now. I have to waste my time on this. We've got bigger issues to deal with, much more important issues to deal with. But I just wanted to give you an example of how dangerous social media can be, how wicked social media can be, how hurtful social media can be. And there's no consequences to those people. That's the sad part of it all. In the old days, they'd call you in a room and then you'd be punished. As a community, as a family, your name meant everything. To me, Chartrand means everything, and I will protect that name. So again, I want to make that very clear. Somebody wants to go through stuff in social media. I got 2,000 witnesses who will tell you I did not anyway attempt to hurt, maim, or do any physical damage to anybody in this assembly today. So just to make sure, because they'll go push some stuff into the media probably by now or after. So just make sure we know. But people have a right to speak. People have a right to share their opinion. But people have to respect the democracy of our government, and the damn well better, because I'll protect it, I assure you that.
Thank you very much, President Chartrand, Minister Campbell. Thank you, Seven Oaks Métis Council. I see there's at least a couple of folks at microphone 2, I think. I apologize, I can't see that far, but microphone 2.
Tansha Briandish Nakashin. Hello everyone, my name is Brianne. I am in fact a member of Red River Echoes, and I'm happy to sit here and to listen and to take in this moment right now. I do want to clarify some points though. First of all, in my presentation that I did through Red River Echoes, I just went through the MMF Constitution. Anyone is happy to go see it. I just went through the Constitution as I have graduated from law school. I hold a Juris Doctor and a Bachelor of Civil Law, so this is something I'm trained in, specifically in governance, and so I was just trying to help Métis people understand the MMF Constitution, and that's what's in the presentation. The second point about the Seven Oaks local, yeah, I'm not a current member and I never claimed to be, but it is true that my mom, Bernadette Lavallee, was a local executive for many years while I was growing up, as I said in the video. And if people are wondering why I wasn't involved over the last 5 years, I'm 28 years old. My mom died when I was 21. I went to law school right after that, and I moved away for 4 years, and I came back in 2020 and trying to build community. When I came home, it was on the heels of leaving the Senate of Canada. I worked with somebody who was falsely claiming to be Métis, and I raised this to the senator I worked for as she represented this province, and it was deeply concerning to me as a Métis person that there was a race shifter in an office like that, and I had just graduated law school, so I was ready to, stand up for the nation, and I had the credentials to back me up, and I did it, and I experienced I was happy to do it, obviously, because the integrity of our nation means everything to me. And I'm not here to run for president. That's not what I want. I just want us to think critically about what it means to be the people who own ourselves. We do not need hierarchies and fixed positions. We are a proud people who can govern ourselves, as our name has always said. And that's the hope that I believe in. So I want to move towards a future where there is no more corporations, where the MMF, where our governance body is not governed by a Corporations Act. I want freedom and sovereignty for our people. And if the MMF is not interested in that, then I guess Red River Echoes doesn't need to be concerned, because that's what our priority is how can we build each other up in the communities directly without looking to colonial ideas about who we are.
Brianne, just a moment here. I appreciate.
It's okay, Will. I understand that I'm not
No,
in the space, so it's okay. I'll step down now.
No, I'm not asking you to step down. I'm asking you if there was a question that it be posed. And so if there is, then that's totally fine. But the preamble, yeah, it was very good. And of course, as the person who assisted you in getting the support from President Chartrand to talk to the senator, I also have some understanding of what you went through at that time. So I would do it again in a minute. But if you have a question, please go ahead, and then we'll. But as President Chartrand says, we do need to we need to move on. There's a lot of business to be done here today, and a lot of folks who want to hear about education and childcare and housing as well. So please go ahead. Do you have a question?
I guess my question is, can we sit down and have tea and talk? And can I have my folks with me and trust that we're going to be heard? That's all I want. I grew up watching Métis women be disregarded my whole life, and I'm tired of seeing that. And if this isn't a space where young Métis women can have different opinions, then this isn't a space for us. So thank you. Marcy,
Okay.
No more questions.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. I'm pretty sure that there was a couple of things in your comments that I think weren't. The MMF does not disrespect Métis women, and I have no doubt in my mind. Thank you.
And in fact, the person standing behind me is one of the strongest, not Métis women leaders, one of the strongest Métis leaders in the country, in our homeland. And I'll guarantee you, nobody disrespects Anita Campbell when she comes in the room, and she will not allow any disrespect of any Métis women in this nation. But she wants to say a couple of words here in response, and then I'm going to keep it down to, I don't see anybody else, just one person at microphone 1, and I don't see anybody else at the moment. We're going to move on after this next speaker and Minister Campbell. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Goodon. I might look dumbfounded, only because I am. I just finished doing a greetings this morning about how involved we are and how respected we are around our government table, around our government house, around any table that we're sitting on. There is always inclusion. Even I forget sometimes to say, hey, what about us? When it's coming actually from President Chartrand or one of my other colleagues that's saying, hey, we should have a Métis women representative or a Métis women voice at that table. Because sometimes I forget. And I just think it's naturally going to happen. So if you think that your Métis government is disrespecting or not involving Métis women, I can assure you that is not the case. I can assure you too that we make sure that our voice, our agendas are always part of the cabinet agenda. We have a place on that agenda, and we provide our voice, our ideas, our opinions on everything. And you have to remember, 2/3 of the staff are Métis female staff. They're females. And they're senior managers. And I'm not talking about they have a position of no power or to make decisions. They are the directors, they are the senior directors, they are the leads, they are the supervisors. I don't know how much more that we could have a voice. Well, a little bit more. I know we can have a little bit more, maybe 90%, but I know we can have a little bit more. But I am just astounded that you would make that comment about how Métis women are disrespected and we're not regarded. When we are. This is the only government that I'm aware of where we have so much involvement. And so maybe involve yourself in what's going on, involve yourself and educate yourself on what is that actually that we're doing. I welcome you to go look at my website. I welcome you to go look at all the work that we're doing and how inclusive that we are. When I say I love my Métis women, it's not because of the numbers. It's because they want to be involved. So know that these women will never let their voices be disrespected or disregarded. Know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Campbell. Microphone 1, and then we're going to move on to the next item on our agenda, which is bringing Minister Campbell back in her role as Minister of Finance. But first, we'll go to microphone 1.
Good afternoon. My name is Raymond Garand. I'm from Power V Local. I'd like to know where all these people were 35 years ago, 40 years ago, when we were fighting and standing up here on our own dime, trying our best to make a better organization. This government, which is Red River Métis, has done a fabulous job. We've moved forward in unbelievable amounts of time. We've done more in this governing body in the last 30 years than any other government in Canada has done. We as the Métis people are very strong-hearted, strong-willed, and determined people. Each and every one of us in this room has a job at whatever it may be. We pay our taxes. We've worked for the government, the federal and provincial government all our lives. We paid our tax bill. It's time that we got some of it back. I understand that part. And I'm glad that we're going in the direction we're going. And to have other people trying to just cause disarray inside our organization really bothers me. If you have an issue, you should strongly bring it up, but bring it up on the mic. not behind closed doors like or whatever transpired here earlier today. You have to do it in front of everybody so everybody understands the situation. We've done that for how many years, Will? We
Yeah.
stood in front of these mics and
Yeah.
said what we had to say
Right.
and got them done. And I want to take personally my time to thank the organization for moving forward where we have. Thank you.
Thanks, Raymond. Thanks, Raymond. Much appreciated. So we're going to continue on with our, thank you very much for this, by the way. You know what? We're just setting up for the Finance Committee to come up and they're going to make a presentation on the audit. But while they're doing that, I just wanted to say that discussion is fine. Dialogue is fine. Debate is fine. Even arguments are fine. Like, that's how we get to have better ideas, more moving forward. That's fantastic. That's awesome. And but like Raymond said, we do it at the microphone. Like back in the 70s and 80s, they did it out in the parking lot. Like, and some of you probably remember those days. But these are all good. It's all good, you know. But I think the underlying concept that has been talked about here is that in order to make change, you need to be involved. And a lot of people here, everybody here, who has put their time in, and even the ones who are asking the questions today, that's fantastic. I have no problem with issues being raised, and I know President Chartrand has no problem either. But we need to do it in a way that moves us forward rather than moves us sideways or backwards. And I think that was a part of the message that needs to be here today. We're all Métis. We're all Red River Métis, and we're all going to fight for each other. The Red River carts and the guns should be pointing outwards and not inwards. And that's why I think we need to work hard together and always remember, be proud to be Métis. And I'm going to steal David Chartrand's line, the MMF has your back. So now I'm really happy to invite Anita Campbell back to the stage, and she is going to have the most exciting presentation of the weekend. The audit. Woo! Oh no, you're not excited. I'm not. I'm just teasing. I'm teasing Anita. She does a fantastic job in all the capacities that she's working on, and she's one of my very best friends, closest friends. And she works. You have no idea how hard she works for you on a daily basis, all year long, and she is one of a kind. Let's please help welcome Anita Campbell back to the stage.
Good afternoon, thank you very much. I don't know why Will makes my audit sound boring. It's actually quite exciting for some of us. Gerald, where's Gerald Barron? He's an accountant, he likes numbers. Right, Gerald? Where's Gerald? Say yay. Oh, there he is in the back. See, he likes numbers. Who doesn't like numbers? Everybody loves numbers. Okay, thank you very much. We'll try to make this as painless as possible. We always try to do. I'll tell you right now that this audit has been accepted by Cabinet. It's been accepted to present to you. The Assembly is the one that owns this audit. They're the ones that approve its presentation and approves our audit. So I just wanted to also introduce, of course, I have a committee. I have a Finance Committee and a HR Committee. And on this committee I have Minister Jack Park. I think he's been on there for longer than me. I'm just kidding. No, he hasn't. So Minister Park is one of my finance members. You know, we tease Minister Park all the time because he's the one that finds all the errors in the minutes and stuff, and so I rely on him now to find errors in numbers in my audit. So I thank Minister Park very much for his involvement in our Finance Committee, and I also want to recognize, of course, Minister LaPlante. Minister LaPlante has years and years of experience, education with respect to finances, policies, because it's not just a matter of this audit that we deal with or even just the budgets We go through a budget process. We now have a very rigorous budget process that we go through. We also include budget presentations now from our affiliates. So all of our affiliates, all our departments, all of the regions are all expected to provide, Sean, I'm gonna ask questions after. There's gonna be a test. I just wanted to make sure you're paying attention. But we also, so we provide, everyone is included in that budget process. It takes me about, I'm gonna say a good 2 months of continuous budget meetings. You just recognized Don Roulette, the previous executive director, the one that, he always said he was gonna be the last ED, and he was right. Hey, Don? Don is one of the people that was always part of those budget review processes. He has a great understanding of that, and he has been involved with us for years with respect to the budget process. It takes us a long time. We go from, I've limited the amount of budgets that we will look at now. We will no longer look at budgets that are less than $50,000, and you'll see why shortly when Terrell presents the audit, because it was taking us way longer now. So we've capped it at $50,000 that I will review. The ministers are still responsible, of course, to review all budgets. They still sign them off. They work with their departments, their affiliates, their teams to present those audits, prepare them, present them. We go through them. We ask a lot of questions. Once they go through that process, I take them to Cabinet. Cabinet then approves those budgets. If there's any that they're not in support of or want us to go back and rework something, we pull it out and we move on, and then we get the approval for that one, and then we bring the other one back. That very rarely happens though, but the Cabinet is the body that approves all our budgets. And I wore new shoes today. They're not actually new, they just never seen outside dirt yet. So I got some, this is not a budget where I'm telling you what we're gonna spend, of course, but this is the budget on what we've spent. So I thought it was appropriate for me to still wear my Fluvogs. Somebody was asking me what kind of shoes they are. They're Fluvogs. They're very expensive. Well, $300, that's expensive for me. So they're $300, but this is the first time they've been out and about. So I've had them for almost 3 years, and I thought it was time for me to, I'm getting older, and it was one of those things where you just, use the stuff that you bought kind of thing. So they were out today. But I wanted to thank, of course, all of the staff, the finance department have worked hard to, don't forget, this is March 31st of 2021's audit. So we're almost a year over, because we would have had this audit presented at the October meeting. Remember, there was a plan to have our MMF AGA in October of last year, where this audit would have been presented. So now we're presenting that, and then we're going to start working on the other 21-22 audit, so March 31st of 22 audit. We're going to start working on that within the next first quarter of this coming fiscal year. So I just wanted to thank also the finance staff for all the work that they do. I'll give you some detail after on some of the amount of work that we handle. President Chartrand had mentioned also that there was 1,000 staff and growing. This is growing. We haven't stopped at 1,000. And so part of the work of that also falls under finance to the extent of payroll and those kind of things at this point. So before I get into too much detail, I just wanted to recognize Terrell. So Terrell Lahawi is with Myers Norris Penny. They're our auditor. And so we'll bring forth, of course, another motion once the audit has gone through. You've asked questions and you've approved it. We'll move on then to appointment of the auditor for the 21-22 fiscal year. So with that, I'm going to leave my opening comments with that. I'll have Terrell come in. For the first time, and I'll share this with you, for the first time, I didn't know how to say his name. I kept calling him Daryl because I didn't know there was a Terrell. But there is a Terrell, and has now got me used to saying his name, which is Terrell, and it's spelled Terryl. And so you just get to know, we've been working together for a couple of years now, and so I've gotten used to calling him Terrell and no more Daryl. So with that, I'll introduce Terrell to come and present your audit. It'll most likely be on the screen. We also have copies. So I know that we were trying to hand the copies out and I know you've all read them, because I think you got them yesterday, and if you didn't, you got them this morning, and I know you've all read them and you've done your homework. but there's also extra copies down here if somebody hasn't received them yet. We're also going to be posting the full audit on our website. So that's been our practice for years now, and we'll be posting it again, no different than we've done the last couple of years. So with that, I'm going to ask Terrell to come up and present the MMF's March 31, 2021's audit. Terrell?
Thank you, Minister Campbell. Thank you, the Finance Committee, the MMF, and the citizens here today. So as mentioned, I'm going to present to you the March 31st, 2021 financial statement audit. I don't know if there's a copy to put up on the screens here. There, perfect. So we'll start here with the audit report. So there is a qualified audit report on the financial statements. What that means from this side of here is that the affiliates, the regions, and the controlled organizations of the MMF, those financial statement numbers are not presented in these financial statements. These are the non-consolidated financial statements of just the MMF organization and not its controlled affiliates. So outside of not presenting or consolidating all the affiliates and controlled organizations of the MMF, these financial statements do present fairly in all material respects. The non-consolidated financial statements, the statement of financial position, the statement of operations, change to the net assets, and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. There's a supplementary information paragraph that just indicates that there's a number of schedules to the financial statements. So those schedules, as Minister Campbell had mentioned, will be posted online. Everyone has a copy of the summary of revenues and expenses of each of those schedules in their package, but the full audit will be posted online later. Responsibilities of management. So the responsibility of management paragraph just indicates that these are management's financial statements, not MMP's financial statements. We, as an auditing firm, come in and do an audit on the financial statements and issue our audit opinion. And that's kind of what goes through the auditor's responsibility of financial statements. So if we go over to the next page on statement of financial position. So this section here is the assets. So assets are what are owned or owed to the MMF. So there's two sections here under the assets. It looks like they're a little trouble getting it there. One more page down. Scroll up a bit. Yeah, there you go. So the first underlined part there, that's your current assets. So the $192,509,000, that's what's current for the MMF. So that means that's items that are either in cash or can be converted into cash within a year. The long-term section.
Hey, I know this isn't the most exciting subject in the world, but it's very important. So if those people in the back could just keep it down a little bit, we'll get through this. Thank you.
So yeah, in the current asset section, there's $192 million. Last year it was sitting at $181 million. So you can see there's two items at the top of there. It's cash and investments. So total cash and investments for the MMF as of March 31st, 2021. So as mentioned, today's date, we're getting close to March 31st, 2022, which the numbers will change. But there's $173 million sitting there in cash and GICs to be used for future programming. Accounts receivable accounted for $9.5 million, so that's government funding that's due to the MMF at the end of March 31st, 2021. Most of those funds would be received subsequent to the year end. In the previous year, it was sitting at 16.2, so the collection of the receivables was faster in 2021 versus 2020. Next item down is restricted cash. So the MMF has set up an endowment fund, and so the endowment fund that's set aside is sitting at $6.8 million that they've set aside for the endowment fund. The funds held for trust is sitting at $973,000. That's made up of the conservation fund and the protector fund that the MMF has set aside for those various projects. And then prepaid expenses went down from 2.9 million to 1.1. Prepaids are items that are paid for that relate to the next year. So in 2020, there was about $1.8 million would have been set aside for the first-time home buyers program, which was run by LRCC. Those funds would have been expended in the 2021 year. On the long-term portion, the first item there is the due from MEDO. So due from MEDO is $4.6 million. So that's investments that the MMF has made into MEDO to support its organization in basically incorporating its investment strategy. The biggest number you can see is next is sitting at $45 million of capital assets. So the MMF, as part of its growth and development, has invested $33 million into buildings, land, and equipment for the MMF organization. The due from federal amount is sitting at $238,000, so that was amounts due from the Métis National Council. All those funds were paid to the MMF at the end of 2021, or after 2021 there. Due from regional corps, so what happens here is that the MMF will provide funds to the regions. Those would be their operating funds, or maybe it's COVID supports, and then the regions have to account for those expenditures, submit the reports back to the MMF, and that basically draws down on that receivable balance. And the receivable from affiliated organizations went up from 2.8 to 6.9 million. So the MMF had made basically an advance to L'Oreal Capital Corp in the amount of $600,000, which LRCC helped provide a loan for Little Stars Daycare. And there was $3.2 million provided to N4 Construction, and N4 Construction used that as part of its investment strategy in Green Mountain. So overall, the total assets of the MMF are sitting at $252 million. Last year, sitting at $205 million. So an increase in total assets of the MMF of $50 million. If we go to the next page. Yeah, keep going to the next page there. So this is the liabilities section, so liabilities and net assets. Liabilities are obligations the MMF have to vendors, suppliers, or contribution agreements. So overall, the current position of the liabilities is sitting at $202 million. Last year was sitting at $192 million. The biggest thing here is deferred contributions. So deferred contributions is sitting at $192 million for the year. What that means is that the MMF had received $192 million of funding that is being carried forward to the 2022 fiscal year for programming supports and development. So there is $192 million that's set aside to be used for the next year. Next item is payables. Payables is sitting at $10.6 million, so that's just timing of vendor payments. So there was vendor invoices. There's an accrual at March 31st based on invoices, and those would be payable in the subsequent year. So overall, the total liabilities of the MMF are sitting at $210 million versus $198 in the previous year, and the majority of that increase would be related to deferred contributions, so that's future commitments for programming. If we scroll down just a little bit, there's the net assets section. So the net assets is kind of if you take your total assets less your liabilities, that shows kind of your net good for the organization. So that's kind of what they've got over since the beginning of time, what their net surplus would be. So overall, they're sitting at $41 million as a net asset position. The majority of that net assets would be capital assets, so the growth of the MMF with regards to the land and buildings purchased. So total investment in capital assets is sitting at $40.3 million, and their unrestricted net assets, which is basically their operating surplus, is sitting at $977,000, where in the previous year it would have been at a $1.1 million deficit. So they've turned things around a couple $1 million to the good with regards to the operational surplus. So that's the statement of financial position. So that's at March 31st. If we flip over to the next page, this will be the statement of operations. So what the statement of operations are is this is the revenues and expenses for one full year. So the 2021 would have been last year, so it went from April 1st, 2010 to March 31st, 2021. And the furthest to the right column was the previous fiscal year, which would have been ended March 31st, 2020. So overall revenues, you can see, are sitting at $111 million for the fiscal year versus almost $47 million in the previous year. So the MMF itself tripled its operational revenues in this year versus the previous year. The majority of the increases there you can see are the top line, and that's ISK funding, so Indigenous Services. So that would have been various COVID and government supports. It went up from $43 million to $73 million. The next item down is Employment and Social Development Canada. That increased from 15 million to 22, and that's related to the ELCC funding, so Early Learning Childcare funding had increased by the $8 million. And a couple items down from that is grant revenue. So grant revenue increased from $4.2 million to $13.9. And there was an additional funding item this year, which is the Western Economic Diversification Canada. So those are the main results of the increases from last year of $47 million to $111 million in 2021. So you're probably asking yourself, what was these revenues spent on? So if we go to the next page there, onto the expenses. So with the increase in revenues, you're going to have, because it is a nonprofit organization here under the NPO standards, working towards government status. With regards to the total revenues of $111 million, there was $76.9 million in expenses. So that's 76.9. You can see there's a detailed list of all the expenditures here. I'll just kind of touch on a couple items that kind of differences between 2020 and 2021. So advertising and promotions, the top line item, it increased by $800,000. So you've seen a lot of the billboard campaigns throughout Winnipeg and Manitoba, banners, the Manitoba 150 and Louis Riel Day. Amortization increased by $900,000 due to the additions to capital assets. So I noted on the previous pages there that there's $33 million of additions to capital assets, so that increases the amortization. COVID emergency support has the note reference to it right beside it, but that's $6.6 million. So that's what the MMF has provided in support to individuals and MMF businesses as COVID support, so just over $6.6 million. There's office supplies that increased by just about 1.5 million. So as you're all aware, we're just hopefully coming out of COVID here, but while in COVID for the whole 2021 fiscal year, a number of the employees, staff, regions, affiliates had to work remotely or get additional space to be able to basically coincide with the safety protocols in place and social distancing. So there's a lot more time spent with virtual assemblies, furniture and equipment, office supplies, computer supplies, as well as couriers. Professional fees were up from $3.6 to $8 million. The majority of that is legal fees. So there were some court cases that were going on, as well as the real estate. So to purchase $33.3 million of assets, there is legal fees associated with purchasing those assets. Program expenses right below that went up from 2.5 to 7.5. So the majority of the program expenses would be PP&E supplies. So PP&E supplies to help the citizens, as well as the Métis businesses and affiliates. There'd be hampers and other COVID supports. Rent increased from 1.7 to 3.3. So additional storage facilities were required to basically house some of the PP&E supplies, to basically house some of the hampers, as well as provide the supports to its membership. Salaries and benefit, as Minister Campbell had mentioned, and so did President Chartrand, the total MMF employees has increased to over 1,000 people, so 1,000 employees, so they did increase the expenditures by about $5 million in the 2021 year versus 2020. And that's providing, as you triple your operational revenue, you're going to incur more expenses under salaries and benefits. And then training, development, and education increased from $6 million to 13.1. So that was the first full year of the bursaries for post-secondary. So there was $6.7 million provided by the MMF for bursaries to post-secondary students. So overall, there's a surplus of revenues over expenses of $34.4 million versus $5 million in the previous year. And so you might be asking what happened with that 34.4. If we go to the next page, that'll kind of tell us what's the 34.4. So from the $34.4 million surplus, you can see there's capital asset purchases partway down that. So of the $34.4 million surplus, 33.4 of that was spent on capital additions. So that's where the majority of the additional funds would have been spent on as capital assets. So capital assets get moved to the assets and they don't get put on the income statement as an expense. So that kind of indicates what the growth of the MMF. If we go to the next page, that's the statement of cash flows. So it just indicates what's happened with cash. Keep going down. So this just shows what's happened with cash flows for the year. So halfway down the page there, it says $56.7 million. So that's cash generated from revenues less expenses for the year of 56.7. Of that 56.7, they spent $3.3 million on financing. So that would have been the loans provided to LRCC as well as Métis N4 for economic development. And then they invested $84.6 million, and that would have been purchases of capital assets of $33 million, as well as the $50 million GIC. So overall, last year, just what's sitting in cash and bank accounts would have decreased by $31 million. The majority of that decrease would be related to capital asset purchases, as well as the purchase of a GIC of $50 million. So the last page that you've got kind of in your statements there is this summary of revenues and expenses. So as I had mentioned, this is basically the roll-up of the MMF. You can see here, these are the departments of the MMF. So we've got the governance, your general operations, etc. So this makes up the programs of the MMF and the total revenues and expenses. And then it breaks down the surplus deficits of those programs overall. So you'll see the biggest surplus there is $25 million, which relates to property planning and housing development. The majority of that $25 million surplus will be spent on capital additions, so to affordable housing and other additions to the capital asset reserve. So that's why it says big $25 million surplus, but the majority of that would have been spent on capital purchases. So I know that's a lot of numbers for everyone to take on. Is there any specific questions that myself or maybe finance could answer at this time? Mic number 3.
Hello?
Yep, microphone number 3, please.
My name is Cindy Allard. I'm with the Winnipeg region. I'm just curious to note, when you look at the financial statements, I'm always curious how many staff the MMF has. And maybe if there was ever a chance of looking at the numbers broken down per region?
Thanks, Cindy. So one of the things in terms of those specifics is I'm going to present that as part of my HR report. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great. And how about the notes on the financial statements? Do we have access to that information?
Yeah, so what's going to happen, the notes just follows what Terrell had presented and what's in the audit. And so we normally don't print it because it's like really thick. And so we've ended up having to post it online, so that's why we post it online. I've also opened myself up to any kind of questions. If anybody has some clarity that they want around any of those notes, to contact me, and I'd be more than happy to provide a response to those notes. That's the only, we do have available, I think it's 20, is it 20, Leanne? We do have 25 full copies here, and you'll see when you get it, if you want a copy of it, by all means, we can have it up here for you to take a look at the notes.
I look forward to talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Microphone number 2.
Hi, Jason Patricia from the Westman Local. I was just curious, sir, how do we access, or do we have any access to a list of our assets that we're invested in or we bought into that we can see and review and so forth?
So I know that each of the departmental reports that are coming up, whether it's housing, they're providing that detailed information. We normally don't provide our asset listing out because it comes through the reports already from the other departments. So ELCC would have provided you all the stuff that they've built. Same thing with housing, same thing with all the other reports that are coming. We don't generally have a list of all the assets that we're doing. I know that is something that is coming even in terms of the economic development report and all the investments that were made that way, all the work that's being done with respect to economic development. But we generally don't have or give out a list of all our assets.
Like, I know, like, what I've heard in the past, there, like, we invested in some kind of a sugar company down in Brazil or whatever, and never heard anything more of it. Like, to be honest, I'd love to see some results or whatever's happening with all this stuff. Like,
And I think that's coming up in President Chartrand, because President Chartrand is also the Minister of Economic Development for the Métis government, and I know that's part of his report.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, I'm just going to leave it open for questions. We've got an online question.
I just heard that question in the back there. I'll deal a lot more with it in the economic update I'll give you. But always remember, when auditors like Morris Norris Penny, any audit firm out there, when they do audits on the Federation, they do it from a non-for-profit, because that's what you are. When we have economics, and that's of course going to fade away pretty soon with the self-government and the treaty. But the issue at the end of the day, the lower your value of your assets by lots. Like your buildings, you have about 138, 140, maybe close to 150 buildings and capital acquisitions across the province. Your value of assets are like 50 million maybe in the books, but there's probably a lot more than that because it's they depreciate them every year. So this way you'll know your value is higher. Like for example, you're building a hotel. Your hotel on Fort, we're just extending to 60 more rooms, which will be close to 40 rooms. And the value right now, we bought it for $4 million. It's costing us $7.8 million, according to the budget, maybe a little higher, to finish off the hotel, hopefully by 2024. But when they do an audit, but that'll be coming from the economic arm. But then you watch the economic side. So you got to watch from a business side, because when you put it on the economic side, then you have a tax issue on this side. So you always got to watch where you're putting your numbers, because the tax man will come looking. And so we always make sure that we put our business ventures into process. Then, if you're in the economic arm, then you got to learn where do you put, what can you donate somewhere or do something to bring down your tax. For your example, N4, when it was in its prime, making a lot of money, it's going to be prime again on the aerospace section. They're negotiating right now for big contracts there. But in the hydro by pole, we paid nearly $600,000 in taxes. So we're trying to figure out how do we bring those values down because it's a business arm, not a non-for-profit arm. Anyways, those things get boring, but we watch those numbers as they move. But tomorrow I'll try to give you an update of some of the pictures. For example, you just own Roxy Lanes. Who knows where Roxy Lanes is on Anderson? Roxy Lanes. You know where Roxy Lanes is? Not many of you? Well, it's not going to be there very long because you own it. I'm going to rip it down. So anyways, we actually are, I'm serious, we own it. We'll keep it open for till we get all our permits in order. It's got a big building with a big parking lot. It's right on Anderson Highway. And we're going to be building a identical, and you'll see the picture tomorrow, of the apartment building we're building on Selkirk for 55 plus. We're building that same one there, and that's where the future Winnipeg Regional Office will be inside there also. But it's beautiful, stunning buildings. But that's 49 units. So that means that's 49 55 plus families that will be taken care of in those apartments. So those numbers start to grow, but that's a value asset of investment, about 14 to 15 million to build the apartment. So when they do the audit after, we try to bring that side down on the profit side because then we pay too much taxes. Anyways, it's a number game with Revenue Canada, but I'll try to give you a better update tomorrow on that. So number 2, you're still on the microphone. You want to ask a question to our, oh, you have a question on the online first. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, President Chartrand.
My mask.
Oh, yep.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. So we had a question online. If you look at page 4 on the bad debt and allowances, they had a question as to that amount, which is different than the 2020 amount. So bad debt and allowances, so what we technically do is that we have a listing of all the, whether we paid out somebody's travel or somebody's bill, and they were supposed to pay us back. And so they owe us, so there's an invoice that's outstanding, we've sent them an invoice, and so these were outstanding from 0405. So we went that far back and said, you know, we're not, just because we've applied allowance or identified them and take them off our books, doesn't necessarily mean that if we ever get collected on it, or we get to collect on it, that we can't bring it back. But the likelihood, and we gauge it that way, the likelihood of us being able to collect those invoices or those bad debts, I'll say, that we had provided to an individual or a company is going to be collected is extremely low. It's normally less than 5% that we're going to even collect any of them. Some of them are, you're not going to collect them at all. So we applied an allowance to most of them, and some of them we've written them off, and there were various amounts. We went through the list, myself and Leanne Denoyer, who's the senior director, and the other staff, we went through it, identified that we're not going to be able to collect on those, and so we've applied an amount to it that we're going to write off. And so it's a bad debt and allowances that we've applied, and so that's why the amount is so different, because we wanted to clean that up to make sure that whatever we have as our receivables are actually going to be received. So I should also let you know again that this is from, we'll probably be doing the same thing again moving forward into this year if anything's coming for the 22 audit. But it should be a lot smaller going back again to normalcy. So we just wanted to make sure that those ones that we've been carrying since 04, 05, we're not going to collect on them, so we might as well apply the allowance and identify them as a bad debt. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I think that answers it. Microphone number 2.
Bonjour, good afternoon, respected elders, cabinet members, distinguished guests, and the hardworking local leaders. I have a question, same page 4. Professional fees, that went up 50% in 1 year. Salaries went up 50% in 1 year, and training and development went up 50% in 1 year. Specifically for the professional fees, I'm sorry, my name is Peter Gordon.
Peter, can I just interrupt you for a second? I want those people in the back to know that this is the people's turn to speak and ask questions. And so we want you to be quiet so we can hear them. Go ahead, Peter.
So specifically on the professional fees, that jumped 100%. Is that due to the additional programs? And can you name 3 of the top professional fee expenses which increased from last year? Just for peace of mind. Because like the last speaker here said, we don't have any notes. You refer first page there in note 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, next page 12, 13, 14. On note 14, liability. All those notes, and thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you for the question, Peter.
I understand that it's online, so
Exactly, to my
I
point.
do appreciate that, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to
Thank you, Peter.
my fellow leaders.
Thank you, Peter. It's been a long time. Peter's right. It's online. We put our audit for everybody to see, and actually I don't like that. I want our people to see. I don't want government to see. But it's the process. For transparency and accountability, we actually put all of our audits in the website, so people can actually go on the MMF website and you'll find the MMF audit there. Anybody in the world can go in there. So it's something that should concern all of us when these people can get into the system also. But that's a different issue between transparency and those that can actually come into your computer system and what do you call that? Cyber attack shit. Pardon my language. Cyber attack. So they have it worries me because we look at it. But remember, this is 21 audit too, not 22 coming right around the corner. That's why I said earlier in my comments today, we'll probably have another assembly in September. Traditionally, and this is 2 in the same year. So, but we need to pass the 22 audits too, because this is a year we missed because of COVID. So you guys can share. A lot of it's going to be legal and other stuff. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Chartrand. Thank you, Peter, for that question. I'll go back a little bit first to also mention that if you look at the 37,133 that was identified in 2020 for bad debts and allowances, and that's going back to my explanation, of that 37,000, we collected 23,000 of it. That's why I'm saying it's kind of it's one of those areas that you work with in terms of collectability. So we did collect some money on that. Going towards your question on, I'll first go look at the salaries. we mentioned we hired a lot of staff. You know, with staff, you have to pay them. They're not going to work for free. It's actually not a 50% increase, it's a $5 million increase that was made on staff at various levels throughout the province. Because these are not just staff from home office, these are staff that are in different programming. These are staff also that because we're moving towards qualifications, credentials, and all these other things that we're looking at. So we're looking at various fields that we're hiring, various sectors of employees that we're hiring, and so it was a $5 million. If you look at the amount, like I said, I'm part of my HR report. If you look at my report, you'll see the growth that we've had in that year and this year that's coming up. And so we've had some staff that have been hired. That's the increase that is in there. And of course, with the normal increases that the existing staff have to get. One of the things that President Chartrand has always said is that we don't want to hire people and then they get paid minimum wage, because who can live on minimum wage? And I'll tell you that we don't either pay, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars either to people. And we're fair and we're equitable with our staff, and we have to be competitive. Especially in today's market, you have to be competitive when hiring staff. So there was a $5 million because of the amount of staff we had, and plus they went through their normal annual performance reviews and their normal annual budget process for increases. The next one you asked about was the $13 million. Why on the training, development, and education? $6.7 million of that was for the PSC students. So the post-secondary education students that received bursaries during COVID and also during normal operating year, I'll say. So $6.7 million of that was for the PSC students that received bursaries from their Métis government. The last one I think you asked me about were professional fees. A lot of that I'm just going to say is legal. If you haven't noticed in the last couple of years, we've been involved in legal issues, whether it has to deal with hydro, whether it has to do with audit. The audit also costs, he doesn't come and stand up here for free. Not that he's like millions of dollars or anything, but he doesn't do this for free. It does cost us, the bigger our audit is getting, the more audit work that they have to do, the higher the audit, of course, is going to be. And so that mostly consists of auditors and also some consulting work. The majority of that, though, is legal fees. And because we've had to retain more and more lawyers to do various work, President Chartrand had mentioned CRA. We are looking at the whole tax issue. So because tax issue is something that we have to look at in terms of risk, following CRA rules, I'll say, and then making sure that we're within that, and the transition, when we've transitioned into a government, there's a lot of requirements for legal advice and legal recommendations that we need, and so a lot of that money was spent on legal. So I hope that answers your question, Peter. Sorry, I can't see you. Number 2?
Yeah, no, we've got microphone number 3, but remember, as Tyrell went through the statements, we onboarded 3 new major programs last year: post-secondary education, early learning, and childcare, and housing. This was a huge bump in the revenues. And so the staff were hired accordingly. Now we've got 2 more speakers. First, number 3. 2 questions, sorry.
He could finish what he was saying first, if that's okay.
Okay, I'll take number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Minister Campbell and Chairman. That answers my questions.
Okay, microphone number 3, are you ready?
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Demoni. This question, or I would just like to address the Assembly for a minute. I won't have a question regarding the report. Is that okay? My name is Stephen Demoni. I'm a member.
Stephen, if it's not related to the issue here, really it's sort of out of order.
Will I have an opportunity to address Assembly after the reports?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
I don't want to cut anybody off. Don't anybody get. This is the time for you to ask those questions. Are there any further questions for our committee? Okay. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the audit as presented. Is there a mover? Microphone number 1.
Denise Thomas, I move to accept the audit as presented.
Seconder?
Judy Mayer, I second that motion.
Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. That resolution is approved. Oh, yes.
Thank you all very much, and again, I'm here to all the rest of the day tomorrow. You can pick up a copy of the ones with the notes. We'll post this, of course, as soon as it should be posted shortly on our website. We do have some hard copies. Like I said, we used to make hundreds, and then we ended up taking hundreds back and shredding them. So that's why we don't make a lot of copies anymore. Maybe we can change the way, if you want to have a copy available for you, we can make sure that when they're all here, if anybody wants to indicate that online next time, that would be great. I also just wanted to recognize the work of Leanne Denoyer, who's a Senior Director of Finance, and also Jason Carrier, who's a Director. Quickly, there's a lot of work that they do, and so I just wanted to, when you look at that back page, those are the departments. Of those departments, that department, we also are accountable for about, I'm going to say, a little over 1,400 accounts that we look after. So there's a lot of work that that department does. They have a staff of 17 right now. So with that, I just wanted to thank you very much for your questions, and also if you have any questions, by all means, please don't hesitate to ask. I also want to make a motion to appoint Myers Norris Penny as the MMF's auditor for the 21-22 fiscal year. And I'm making that motion.
Microphone number 2? Or 1?
Denise Thomas, I second that motion.
Okay. Do I hear a question? Question's been called. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? I declare that approved. Now, before they go, can we give our Finance Committee a big round of applause for all the work they've done? Okay, thank you. Okay. Kira,